Okay, I would like to do a sound check. Sound check. Can y'all hear me? Hi, everybody. Hey, Cindy. Hey, Deb. Hey, Robin. Can you hear me? Much love, much love. Welcome to the Thursday Night Live. Can y'all hear me? All right, Be River Girl. Hello, hello, hello. All right, thank you, Susan. Y'all hang tight. We're gonna get started about 8:50, 8:55. I need to get my little technology, everything laid out real good right here. Good to see everybody. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Much love, much love. All right, good to see everybody. Good to see everybody. We're gonna be ready to rock and roll here in just a minute. I got just about everything laid out. I want to let as many people come in as possible. Got our moderators here tonight. Good, good, good. Robin Latham on deck. Gonna be a great night. Great night. I hope y'all got your snacks, your goodies, your bathroom break. Put your babies to bed. We're gonna have a good time. We're gonna have a good time. Much love, much love. Shout out to Cindy Dane, Deb, and B River Girl, Robin Latham for being first. Yep, yep, that's right. All right, Susan. All right. I hope y'all ready tonight. We got some ground to cover. All right. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. All right. Appreciate it if you hit the like button tonight so we can spread the love. Everything's great. God is good, and we're going to get started here. And tonight we're going to have a question and answer session. And also, I will put the link in the chat for anybody that would like to come on stage. Hopefully, all of you will jump on eventually. And so, we got a lot of ground to cover. Hope everybody had a great week. No tragedy, no loss, nothing crazy going on. We started out talking about the DNA evidence this week and how the jurors would respond to it, the fact that the sheath has been moved in the documentation. And so I want to pick back up with the DNA, and then I want to talk about Diem and Bethany's being in the house or not being in the house based on the fact that the door was open. And then I want to talk about who our best suspect is for a planted knife sheath, because I think we're all to the place now to where we really can just agree that that sheath was planted. I mean, there's really not too many. It was questionable to me when I first read the PCA, but now that they're trying to move the sheath under Maddie so they don't have to show it on the body cam, that's enough for me. That's enough for me to just go ahead and say it was planted because they're trying to move it. Now, when I first read the PCA, I'm gonna be honest, I couldn't just say for sure that this is what's happening. But since they're trying to move it, I have to go with my gut. And I just don't believe it that it was there at first. And so, as you can see on the screen, I have a news article where Ann Taylor was questioning about the DNA evidence, and they're saying that the prosecution is saying they provided all the evidence that they have pertaining to the DNA found on the sheath. They're not withholding anything. And so that's cool, but at the same time, you can't just tell us that, because number one, the DNA has been several different places, and number two, there's been so many there's been so much movement. There's been so much movement of the sheath and the DNA until I just don't believe it. All right, let me grab a drink or whatever, and we're going to get started. I'm going to take your questions all night tonight. We're going to talk about the survey. All right, we got to find out who's being covered up, who's being cloaked. Why do you need to tell us these things, these fabrications about a sheath and a knife? Why? And I have some theories that I've come up with. I put some evidence together, and I'm going to see what you think about it. All right? All right. Give me 1 minute. Let me get my drink, and you all get your questions ready, and I'll put the link in a minute for anybody that would like to come on stage. All right? Thank you so much for coming out. I love you. God bless you. We're going to have a good time tonight. Yes. All right. Got my Diet Coke. Hold tight. Hold tight. Now, before we get started, I want to know, is there anybody that still believes that the sheath was left by the perpetrator other than law enforcement? Is there anybody that believes that? Because we need to be all on the same page. And I just don't believe that if everything happened to the straight and narrow, like they said, that they will have to tell us these fabrications. I just don't see how that's necessary. All right, so that's where we are. Hold on one more time, and then we'll be ready to rock and roll. It's about 15 people in here. I'd appreciate if you hit the like button, and I'll be right back. ready to go. Now, if you missed the video from today, I pretty much gave my reasoning for why. I gave my reasoning for why I believe the sheath was moved. I think I have a great argument because of the simple fact that they're changing where they put it and where they found it. And I told several times the reason for that is if we go to trial, they're going to have to produce crime scene photos and body cam showing that knife sheath in the bed, under Maddie, on the side of Maddie, on the floor somewhere. It should be on camera. And they realized at some point that it's not. And so they came back and fixed it by saying, well, it was under Maddie. All right. And that's just, that's not good. That's just not good. You can't do that because the PCA clearly states that it was next to. So if the sheath story is not good, here's my first question for you guys. If the sheath was planted, and we know that the earliest warrant, I hate to change the screen so much, but we know the earliest warrant, Terry Sleuth, I think the assailants left the sheath. All right, shout out to Terry, and it's possible. It's possible. But hear me out first, and then we're gonna explore that. All right, shout out to Terry. We're getting us started. Hold on, let me turn this one on over here. All right, shout out to Terry. That's possible, but hear me out. Here's what I'm saying. The first warrant for looking for the sheath was about a week after the crimes. So that means no more than maybe 6 days after the crime, no more than that, they were out looking for that sheath. They were going in the hardware stores asking about a K-bar knife. So if the sheath was planted, they knew from the get-go who did it and that they were going to have to cover for them. Do we agree on that? It's like what I'm saying is, if they were looking for the sheath, looking for the knife, for somebody who purchased the knife locally, right there in Moscow, 5 or 6 days after the crime, if the sheath was planted and they were out scouring looking for the owner, quote unquote, of the sheath 5 or 6 days after the crime, that lets us know that first week after the crime, they knew who did it and they knew they had to find a scapegoat. That's the only reason for planting a sheath that early on. I'm not saying it was planted in December. I'm talking about the week of the crime. It had to be the week of the crime. Okay, does that make sense? Does that make sense what I'm saying? It had to be the week of the crime. So I just don't understand how, if the sheep was planted sometime during the first few days, most likely the second or the third day at the latest, and they were out canvassing the neighborhood for hardware shops to sell the knife or whatever, this knife sheath scenario, story, or whatever you want to call it, this was in the making the first week. So what that means is they stepped into the crime scene. They knew who did it. Maybe even before they arrived to the house, they knew who did it. And they knew that they wouldn't be able to openly prosecute whoever did it. Does that make sense? Y'all talk to me, so I know if you're listening, and I know where you coming from with it. Does that make sense? Whoever planted it, and it had to be law enforcement. If it was after the 13th, they had to know right off the bat for them to feel that there's a need to plant a sheath in the first place. There had to be an understanding from day one that nobody was going to, that nobody was going to be prosecuted. I'm going to give you an example. I want y'all to talk to me. Robin Latham. But then the first officers on the scene see the sheep in order to show Opie and tell Blanker or whoever it was? All right, that's a good question. And shout out to Robin. All right, that's a great question. But okay, the PCA itself says that the sheath was noticed later on. It says later on 3 times in that paragraph. That suggests that when they first walked into the house, into those 2 rooms, they did not see a sheath. And to me, the reason why they have to say later is because when they first reported it, there was no sheath. And they didn't report a sheath. And so they couldn't just break out and say, so now all of a sudden they're saying it was there, but it was kind of out of sight. I don't believe that. Okay, it's hard for me to explain it. I can see it perfectly. Put it this way. Let's say I walked in 1122 King Road. I'm a policeman. I look around. There's 4 people that's deceased. Just hear me out. Just hear me out. That's what I'm saying, Terry. Now, in the PCA, it says that Officer Nunez has Murphy on body cam. I'm going to put it up. It says that Officer Nunez is on body cam, walking into Kaylee's room, seeing Murphy the dog in the room. All of this is on body cam. All right? So if they have all that on body cam, they'll have that sheath on body cam, and they don't. They do not have any crime scene photos of that sheath lodged up under Maddie. I'm willing to bet the farm on it. I'm willing to bet the farm on it. There's no way they have a picture of the knife sheath on the bed or under Maddie. They don't have a picture of it. That's what lets me know it wasn't there at first. Because remember, this PCA was published on December. It's got a stamp of December the 29th on it. So much could have happened between November the 13th and December the 29th. This affidavit wasn't written. It wasn't written. Okay, here it is right here. Let me change my screen. Here it is right here. All right, you see? This is the PCA. And it says, I later learned from review of Officer Nunez's body camera, there was a dog in the room when Moscow police officers initially responded. So somebody showed up at least one officer showed up on the scene with a body cam. So we know that this crime scene, there's footage of it. Well, the officers that arrived second didn't see it right away, right? Well, Robin, what I'm saying is, all right, well, you would really have to say that the original officers on scene planted it then, because shortly after their arrival, ISP Forensics arrived, right? That's what I said at first. That's what I said at first. But I believe that even if they took the bodies out, Robin, let's say they took the bodies out after the coroner left. The coroner didn't get there until 5:30, right? Let's say the coroner got there at 5:30, went in the house, did the examination, investigation, or whatever, the preliminary walkthrough or whatever they do. The bodies had to still be there. All right? And the coroner was saying that everybody was asleep in their beds after she had been in there. This is what the coroner said. Now, I would imagine that they removed the bodies from the house after the coroner sometime after 6 o'clock, maybe 6 or 7 o'clock that evening. I think it's totally possible that they went in, that they never put the sheath in the crime scene, that they just dropped some DNA on it, maybe rubbed it on Maddie's bed and left. I don't think they ever actually laid the sheep on the bed and took a picture of it. They didn't have to. Because after the first day, when they removed the bodies, everybody just assuming that the sheep was gone with the bodies. When you think about it, they never had to put a sheep on Maddie's bed to make that claim. All they had to do was get a sheep and put some DNA on the snap. Rub one of Kohlberger's shirts or a pair of socks on the sheep snap. And that's it. It never had to be on the bed. And there was plenty of blood for them if they wanted to put some blood on the sheep. They never even had to put it on the bed. But the problem with that is, going to trial, you have to have some crime scene photos with the sheep in Maddie's bed, and they don't have that. Long as they're saying that it's tucked under Maddie's body, they don't have to show a crime scene photo of it because it was under Maddie's body. It had blood on it. It was covered by the comforter, whatever. They don't have to produce the body cam or the photo. All right, that's a good question, Robin. But here's my question to you. What was so specific about the description? Because the description changed. You want to come on stage? You want me to give you the link? Hold on, let me put the link in the chat. Because this is good. This is really good. This is really good. All right, here's the link. If anybody want to come on stage and voice your opinions and questions. All right, they said it didn't have any other DNA on it, which is suspicious. Okay, but what I'm saying to you is, what do you say is a specific description? All right, what am I missing here? Is I'm going to go back to the PCA. It says here that Nunez body cam was on while he was in the house. So if nobody else had body cam footage of the sheep or the bed with Maddie's comforter over the sheep or whatever, he should have it. He should have body cam footage of the sheep. And I'm telling you right now, they don't have it. They don't have it. When they start moving it, I suspected they didn't have it, but now I know they don't have it. Let's look at the first description. Because Robin is saying that it was what do you call it? Described very specifically. Let me see if I can make this bigger. What happened? Oh, let me put it back. That's a great question. Now, hopefully you can see this on the screen. The tucking it under Maddie in the comforter. Come on up here, Robin. You stop that. What y'all got going on? Hey, come on. Terry, Susan, Cindy, K-Dub. Who else in here? B River Girl. Somebody get on the stage. Listen to what the PCA is saying. It clearly says, I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed. Laying on the bed next to Morgan's right side. That's very specific. That's very clear. It was next to her on the bed. So if he could see that laying out on the bed from the door, when you step in the door, how did it end up now up under Maddie? All right, the second description they changed it to was specific. I agree. I'm looking for it. Because the second description says that it's between Maddie and the comforter, which means it's not visible. If it's under Maddie, It's between, and as a matter of fact, they have all of the, I showed it in my video that I posted. This latest video I posted, I showed it at the beginning. These mainstream media are now saying the sheath was under Maddie. And that's all they're saying. The sheath was under Maddie. That's all they say. They don't say it was next to her. It was on the bed somewhere. They got everybody trained to say the sheath was under Maddie. Under Maddie. And that's a whole different ball game from saying it was laying on the bed next to Morgan's right side. Next to her side. Those are two totally different things. They don't have a picture of it. Shout out to Deb Tudoro. They don't have a picture of it. It's not on Nunez, it's Cam. That's what the problem is. Y'all don't believe me? I mean, I can accept the truth. I can handle the truth. If you don't believe me or you don't agree, tell me. I can accept the truth. I can accept the truth. If you don't believe me, hey, just say you don't believe me. But I'm just telling you, that's two totally different descriptions. Oh, I can put these up here. I didn't know that. You learn something new every day. All right, not the first time being visible from the door, but the second description, they changed it, was very specific. Yes, it's very specific both times. They moved it. And so, as far as I'm concerned, they're playing games with this guy's life is what's going on. You can't have somebody on trial saying you got their DNA at the crime scene and then move the DNA around. I mean, what kind of cockamamie? I mean, don't get me started. What kind of foolishness is this? It's subtle. It's subtle. It's a subtle change. And a lot of time had passed. A lot of time had passed. So, all right, shout out to Q's Bill. Well, I want someone to tell me that in either place it was found, why was it not covered in blood when it was sitting in a horrendously bloody scene? That's what I can't get past. It is impossible. Shout out to Robin and shout out to Q's Bill. Hello, everybody. All right. Shout out to Q's Bill first. I didn't see you in here, but welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is good. This is good. This is good. I mean, if you tell me to my face that you don't believe what I'm saying, I won't be mad. I'm saying, show me your perspective. Because as far as I'm concerned, if you telling me that something was laying next to if I ask my child, okay, did you take my cell phone and use it? And they tell me the first time it was laying on your bed while you were asleep. It was on your side. And then they come back and tell me my phone was wedged up under me, between me and the comforter. First thing I'm going to say to my child is, well, which one is it? Which one is it? Because it can't be both. It can't be laying on the bed on Maddie's right side from the front door and also be wedged up under Maddie between her and the comforter. It can't be both. Q's Bill, they've been all over the map with multiple narratives. It's insane how many there are of all aspects of the case. Exactly. It's so many things changing, and I don't think they care one way or the other, because as time passes, the universities are settling back to normal. And that's the bottom line. They're settling back to normal. They're settling back to normal. Hold on, let me give a shout out to my peeps around the globe. There we go. I just don't believe it. I just don't believe it. All right. Shout out to Fallon. Can't believe no body cam at the crime scene. Okay. Well, I just showed you Nunez had body cam. Fallon, Nunez had body cam. Shout out to Fallon too. Yeah. Who told me that? At Fallon. Thanks, Deb. Shout out to Fallon and to Deb for reminding me. Okay. Okay. They're telling us. See, that's what happened when you lie. That's what happens when you tell untruths. And you got to keep up with your lies. Because when Opie first wrote this, he should have looked ahead and said, I'm going to have evidence of this sheath. Let's put something in the bed and take a picture of it, or say they left it on the counter or on the floor, somewhere you can come back and take a picture. But that's not what happened. That's not what happened. Shout out to Annie Ruler. Much love, much love. Much love, much love. I'm telling you now. Listen to me. Just listen to me a little bit. I know I've been off on my wild tangents, giving y'all some conspiracy theories. That's all in fun. We got to keep it interesting. But at the same time, we have to keep it real, 100. And what I'm telling you is, we're sitting here looking at the PCA, and they're saying that, hold on. It's telling us that Officer Nunez did have his body cam on when he went in the house. All right? Officer Nunez body cam being on. He was up there upstairs. If he got the dog on body cam, he was upstairs. All right? He was upstairs. Okay, so it has been admitted Nunez has body cam. Best have a sheep there with his shop. Shout out to Annie. I'm telling you, this is what I'm trying to say. If they got body cam of the dog, that's Kaylee's room. He's just a few feet away from the other place, right? Oh my goodness. We got super chat sticker from Q's Bill. I'm learning how to use this stuff, y'all. Right on, story after story. It's like they could make a new version of an old book my parents used to read to me when I was little, called 101 Bedtime Stories. That's right, Q's Bill. Shout out to Q's Bill. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Much love to you. I appreciate you so much. Thank you very much. All right, we got over 30 people in here. Please like the live so we can, boost it up a little bit. I'm trying to get, I'm trying to keep everything moving, keep the train on the tracks now, y'all. Come on. We've been doing good now. We've been doing excellent. Oh, shucks. RG Cakes in the house. Shout out to RG Cakes. Yup. Now, that's where they messed up. Terry, me and you, we're on the same page, Terry. We're on the same page. We're thinking the same thing. Because if they have a body cam of him with the dog, then they got body cam of the sheath right there in the next room. That's just common sense. That's just common sense. I mean, is it me? Is it me tripping? That's just common sense. There's no way in the world. Nunez was upstairs. Hey, Kari. Shout out to Kari T. Hey, Kari. Hold on. Let me give you a shout out. Good to see you. Good to see you. You caught me right in the middle of my rant. Shout out to Fallon. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now listen. I'm just saying. We have proof. And this is what happened when you what's that saying? Oh, what a tangle where we weave. When we do something to deceive. How does it go? Oh, what a tangle where we weave. When we aim or do something to deceive. It's something like that. Okay, when they sat down and wrote this and admitted that there was a body cam on scene right then and there, if they didn't have the photos and stuff to match, as far as I'm concerned, they just didn't care. They just didn't care. All right, now let's talk about the DNA itself. Okay, I want to change this. I want to talk about DM. I want to talk about, hold on, I'm trying to type in here. Hold on, what happened? Okay. Now, it's always good to go back to let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all something about all this new evidence that comes out. All this new evidence that comes out that says, that's giving all these new angles and stuff. You know, you can jump on it like a rabbit all you want to. But I'm going to go by the first thing you told me. And I'm going to see if you change your story. That's what I'm looking for from day one, out the gate. I'm going to always come back to this little raggedy PCA because no matter what new documents they drop, this is what you said. This is what you told me. And this is what you told the court to be able to arrest this man. So this is the bottom line. You don't get to go back with white out. Half of it is redacted as it is. And then you're going to turn around and try to change something. You can't change nothing. You can't change it. No. All right, Audrey case. I'm going to start saying I don't believe they found BK's DNA at the scene. That's what I said. People may attack me when they do. It's because they know deep down and won't admit that they question the DNA too. That's what I said, Audrey. At first, when we practiced to deceive, that's what it was, Carrie. Carrie, thank you for helping me because I couldn't remember. Oh, what a tangle where when we practiced to deceive. When you wrote the PCA, you should have looked ahead at, what evidence you would have to back it up. Somebody was going to ask you about this stuff. They weren't going to just take it at face value. And then somebody had the nerve to say how brilliant it was, how wonderful, how awesome it was written. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Now, Audrey, I said the same thing. When I first read it, I was skeptical. If you go back to my videos, the first two months, I kept saying I don't believe it. I have a video named Did the Police Really Find Kohlberger's DNA? I got 3 or 4 of those videos because I didn't believe it back then because it didn't feel right. I feel, you're right. When they told me, when I found out they were trying to move the location of the sheath, that was enough for me, Audrey. That was enough for me right there. Cause I've been on the fence with a lot of stuff. I don't like the prosecution evidence, but I'm not so willing to just let Kohlberger off the hook if he, knew something or was involved in any way. I'm not willing to let him off the hook. But at the same time, I'm not willing to just keep saying, people saying, wait to the trial. I don't have to wait to the trial to know they don't have pictures of the sheath at the crime scene. Ain't that much Photoshop in the world. Ain't that much Photoshop in the world, because you have to hold on, Audrey Cates, I feel right. I don't feel they had his DNA either until December the 30th. Might have been even after that, because remember, somebody was adding to the Kohlberger family tree and ancestry on January the 5th. Y'all remember that? Somebody added they added to the mother's side of the family tree. They added her obituary, Michael Kohlberger's mother. They added to her obituary on January the 5th, right down the line. It's time stamp. It's time and date stamp. So how can, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. So I guess we can move on from this point. I don't have to make a survey of this, because I just don't believe that it was there on the 13th. We racked our brains. I searched all the dates to see when was the first time they started talking about a sheath. And it turns out that within the first week, I want to say that Friday or Saturday, I found, or that Monday at the latest, I found evidence that they were going around looking for the sheath in stores. And also, I believe that following Monday, not the 14th, but I believe that following Monday, that's when they put in the first warrant for a K-bar knife and sheath. So after about a week, that's when they started looking for a knife and sheath on paper. All right, so now that we got that out the way, we can move on to our next point of who on earth are they covering up for? That's the next $50,000 question. Now, hold on. Let me change my screen here. Who are they covering up for? All right, hold on a minute while I pull this up. Hold on. No, that's the short. I'm sorry. Hold on. Now, our first suspect for somebody that's our first suspect for somebody that they would be covering up for, in my opinion, is law enforcement. The first people that they would actually cover for is law enforcement. All right, hold on. Let me change the screen. Now, okay, one moment. Get the ad out. Let's see. I'm going to start saying, I think they did not even test Dad's trash. I don't think so either. Now, Fallon got it. Let me put this up there. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, let me find the spot in the video. Okay, I'm just playing a little bit of this. He did it. Okay, let's just assume who committed the. This is Rosendahl, because in my opinion, the first person or people that law enforcement will cover up for is themselves. All of this is hypothetical. We're speaking hypothetically. All right, nothing. We're not stating any facts here. But just suppose that this is our perp. This is the person who committed the crime at King Road, whether he did it alone or he had a driver or he had a couple of accomplices. He did it. Okay, let's just assume. Now, if that's the case, then why is Brian Koberger in jail? How could this guy be the perpetrator, but BK is in jail for it? I mean, there has to be a link between not necessarily this officer, but there has to be a link between law enforcement and Brian Koberger for this theory to work. All right. And so when we look at ways that, well, there could be a link between Koberger and law enforcement, there are several. The first one is traffic stops. There are 2 traffic stops that we know of from August when he first arrived and moved into his apartment until the crimes on November the 13th. We know there were 2 traffic stops. There could be more, but we know there are 2 that are being reported. And so there's an interaction with police. In one of the stops, he was asked for his phone number. So now the second potential link is the tip line. On December the 7th, they showed a stock photo of a white Elantra that looks just like Brian Koberger's car. So naturally, they got a lot more calls, after the 7th. And somewhere in there, maybe multiple people reported Brian's car. That's a possibility. The third potential link is his application for the Pullman Police Department. I don't know if he applied for the state police or the local Pullman City Police. I don't know. All I know is he put in an application with the local law enforcement in Washington. And so right then and there, he's known. So, at some. All right, so the point of the matter is there has to be some way, if law enforcement planted the sheath, that means that they are fully aware of who did the crime. The only way they're not going to be out there, that early on, to just turn to somebody to frame that early on, it just says that, they know who did it and they're not going to be able to bring them up on charges. So they need to find somebody. That's my conclusion. If you planted a sheath the first week, you planted a sheath the first week, and by the next week and a half, you got this guy from WSU saying he did it. You knew all along who really did it, to even be looking for a scapegoat in the first place. And to me, the lengths that they went to frame Brian, it's a very big possibility that the perps that did it is in law enforcement. That's the logic. Does that make sense to you? Because sometimes if the people did it and the police know about it, they might not prosecute, but they're not gonna go through all the trouble to frame somebody else. I think the fact that they're trying to put it on somebody else makes the fact that makes it look more and more like law enforcement has something to do with it. Because if it wasn't law enforcement, who else would they cloak for? Who? I'm asking y'all. Maybe I'm missing something here. If it's not law enforcement, I mean, who else you gonna go to that much trouble to cover for? If somebody said Christ Church, somebody said frat, somebody said, this is 4 students murdered. Okay, who is law enforcement gonna go through all that trouble to frame somebody for four? If it wasn't anybody in law enforcement, look to me like they would want to put it on who did it, or at least leave the door open for later on. Maybe they can capture, bring them to justice. If they too big of a fish now, maybe later. But to jump out there with this phony PCA and all this garbage and lock up some guy that was probably somewhere watching TV, picking his nose, 1 o'clock in the morning or whatever. Now all of a sudden, y'all in the house grabbing on him. No telling what he was doing, if he got compulsive disorder or ADHD or, one of those obsessive compulsive disorders where you always got to be doing something. Brian Kohlberger was somewhere picking his nose, watching cartoons, and now all of a sudden people coming in the house arrest him. Who would the police go through all that trouble to arrest and cover up for if it's not somebody in their own ranks? I mean, would they take up for a veteran? If it was Britt that did it, do you think that police would cover it up because Britt was a veteran? I'm going to put that question in the chat. Do you think so? Would police cover for Britt? Now, if it was Brent Parker, do you think police would go through all of that to cover it up? It's always the first accounts that usually are correct. Nobody's decided to change the narrative at that point. Q's Bill, let me give you a brain. We're on the same page. Okay, we need to talk about this. All right, this is just hypothetical. If Kopaka went in there and did it himself, took an hour and wiped everybody out. This is just hypothetical now. Do you think once law enforcement came around and realized he did all that stuff, do you think they would put him out of his misery and then cover it up because he's a veteran? Let's see what y'all saying about that. All right, 33% are saying no. I want to hear from you. Talk to me. If you voted no, what's your rationale? If you voted yes, what's your rationale? I would like to know. Brett Payne's twin died after this. Wow. I didn't know that either. I didn't know that either. Okay, well, I want to know the rationale because I see, now it's 50-50. Now it's 50-50. Now it's 50-50. So somebody changed their mind. What's going on? Who voted no? Yeah, everybody vote. That's right. Shout out to Q's Bill again. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Who voted no? And somebody need to come get on the stage so I can play with this StreamYard software. I'm putting the link out here one more time for somebody to get up here on this stage and answer some Q&A. Come on, Robin. Yep. Go, Robin. Go, Robin. Go, Robin. Come on now. I want you to come on. 42% no. Y'all keep changing it. All right. Now let's see. Oh, I was giving Q Spill a shout out. All right, I'm gonna send y'all some love. Thank you so much for everything. You guys are just the greatest. God bless you. I'm just so happy that we can talk about this and just be real about it. I'm just saying now, if it was Kopaka, I'm thinking they might have been embarrassed that a veteran did it. A veteran that was living with two 20-year-olds in Washington. Maybe they didn't want that in the headline. That somebody had a psychotic break that should have been going to the veteran center or to some medical facility getting treatment. You know, he was on medication, right? All right. With Ellie cover up for Kopaka now, I'm going to put it to you like this. Would Ellie cover up for Jack Showalter? All right, what about that one? Y'all saying he's rich. They say the family is rich and whatnot. So, hey, maybe they covering up for, you know, the rich student. Maybe he do too much. Shout out to RGK. I'm just, you know, appearance is everything. Maybe Kopaka, everybody keeps saying he was a security guard. I don't believe Kopaka had a job because he was on disability. He was on disability. So he was no security guard. And this man got a disability check. He didn't have a job. He didn't have a job. He didn't have a job. So he had plenty of time to plot something like that. And if he had two 20-year-olds staying with him, maybe Dylan and Bethany been over there to Kopaka's apartment. He had two 20-year-olds. Oh, they say, Annie said, I am disabled, they let us have small jobs. Let me put that on the screen. Some people might need to know that. Hold on. All right, wait a minute. Wait, I didn't see this by Terry. All right, Terry Sleuth. Any DNA collection, building a family tree, and zeroing in takes months, not hours. I agree. Shout out to Terry. I mean, they put all this stuff together in a week. Well, I take that back. They had a month. I ain't gonna lie, they had a month. They had a little over a month because you can tell when they started in on Brian Kohlberger. You can tell. That's when they start moving the cars out of the yard. That's when they started. That's when Papa Rogers popped up, and that's when this press. And then we got the press release with that stock photo of that man's car. A press release for everybody to look for Brian Kohlberger's car. Basically, that's what it was. All right. Regardless of what they reported before, that's another thing they changed. All right. The sheath moved. The sheath moved. And then they turned around and told us that, what was it? I just said it. Oh, yeah. And then they changed the car. Remember? They changed the make of the car and they moved the sheath. That's 2 right there. Now, how many do you need? How many do you need? All right. Let's see what else we got here. Q Spill, not sure about that. Mainstream media never seems to seriously care about veterans. In my observation, more crocodile tears from what I've seen. Yeah, you're right about that now. You're right. And Annie said about the disabled, I would like to put, well, she might not want the whole world to see that. All right, let's see. I saw another good comment here. All right, Audrey Case, I think they did not even test dads from trash, 12-hour turnaround, and plane trips. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out when are they claiming that they tested his DNA, because they did not get that man's DNA out of no trash. I just don't believe it. Some of what I believed in the beginning, I can't even believe it no more, because it's so contradictory from what they told us in the PCA. All right, let's move on to our next point. Hold on, let me change my screen. Hold on. Here's our next point, leading into that. All right. Let me know what you think about this now. Keep in mind everything that we put together so far, right? And then we come back and we start putting everything together. Hold on. Now, here's another problem. Okay, I chose the New York Post, but this is not the only only article, or by far this is not the only, the only recorded of this article. Okay, it says Idaho student's front door was left open on morning of murders, according to the neighbor. According to the neighbor. Here's another problem. Because we were told that everybody was asleep. They were asleep. And then Diem and Bethany supposedly slept through the murders. This is what we were told. This is what we were told. They slept through it, and they woke up right about the time that 911 was called. This is what they said now. This is what they told us. And so, right, and by that, let's see. I'm moving a little too fast. Hold on, let it finish buffering. Exactly, Robin. Exactly, right. And by that point, they could have cleared up any confusion to write the PCA correctly by then. You're absolutely right. Shout out to Robin Latham. You're absolutely right. Now listen. Here's the problem. Because like she said, they had time to get it straight. But they was in such a rush to get everything done before it was time for the kids to come back to school. They they had plenty of time to do a better job, even to frame somebody. They could have done a better job, honey. I'm just saying. They could have done a better job. I mean, when you framing somebody, you're telling a lie, first of all. You got to keep up with your lies. You know, all they had to do was call some politicians to help them write the PCA, and it would have been flawless. That's all they had to do. Now, the front door was open. The front door was open. That's a good point, Deb, to the road. Touch DNA only shows gender. Yeah, we read that too. That it's only so. I read somewhere that they can't even tell the gender. They just know it's a human being. I'm just saying. They're telling us the front door was left open. Let me read the little piece of the article and then we can talk about it. It says this video file cannot be played. A neighbor of the 4 slain University of Idaho students says the door of their home was wide open the morning of the murders, according to a new report. The unnamed neighbor in Moscow, Idaho, told Fox News that the front door of the 3-floor home wasn't shut around 8:30 a.m. on November the 13th. Now, I ask you, how is this possible? How is this even possible? How is this even possible that the front door was open at 8:30? And you mean to tell me the girls, Dylan and Bethany, were in there in the cold, asleep, with 4 corpses? We supposed to believe that? I'm sorry. I haven't had anything all day, and I don't mean to be rude. Honestly, first of all, why isn't any blood on the front or back door? Why isn't there any blood? Because even the handprint on the window, it's not a bloody print. It's a clean print. There's no blood on the front door and no blood on the slide glass door. And the door was left open. How did the killers open the door and leave without leaving blood on the door? That's what I want to know. And I want you to tell me what you think. How did the killers leave out the front door or the back door without leaving any blood? Even though they had on gloves, there had to be blood on the gloves. So how did these people, how should I say it? How were they able to open whichever door they left out of? I got people saying there was a ladder on the side of the house. I heard some people saying that somebody was on the roof. Listen, how did these people get to any of these places on that property with no blood on the door? And then here's the $50,000 question. Who closed the door? Who closed it? Who closed it? Because I've heard other accounts that said that the door was open until about 8 or 8:30. And then it was shut. So who closed it if Dylan and Bethany were asleep? This is what I'm saying. Who closed it? Huh? Y'all tell me. Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. It's early. Y'all tighten up. It's early. We ain't got nothing else to do. Come on now. How did they get in and out without leaving blood on the front and back door? They took showers there. Let me put orange cakes. I'm going to get to everybody. All right, let me go back and put the first one I see. Can they build family DNA or touch DNA? No. Shout out to Deb. You own it, Deb. You really own it. You on the right track. All right, shout out to Tell It to L. Welcome. Welcome to Thursday Night Live. Good to see you. Well, I'm asking, how did they get in and out the front door? Okay, I want to post this one right quick. Let's take a side street right quick and look at this. We saw Rosendahl protect the runners. They both covered body cams to hide key vehicles, watch pickup car honks and pickup. They were the watch crew, in my opinion. You making a good point. I'm gonna give you a brain for that, Annie, because he sat up there and recorded everything that was going on near that house, and I don't think that was by accident. They just call in some people walking with some alcohol. I mean, that's what college people do every day in college. But it seemed like he just look where his car was parked, right there where you could see down through the alley, right straight to the house. I don't think any of that is coincidence. I think he was being slick, shrewd. It could even be that he was being perverted, sort of like a snuff film vibe. He knew what was going on and he was filming it. So that's an awesome point. Now back to my question. How did they get, if the door was left open, how could Dylan and Bethany be inside the house? Huh? How? How did they get, how did they open the door and leave out without leaving blood on the door? That pretty much destroys the 4 to 420 theory. Because who had time to clean up? Q-Spill, here's another thing, hard truth. I'm not putting anybody down. However, between all of the families of the victims and survivors, there are definitely no strangers to brushes with the law. Yeah, you're right about that now, because I've been hearing all kinds of stuff, about drug history, criminal history. I mean, we all done things. I don't think we all done drug stuff, but I'm just saying, a lot of that stuff they probably, I'm hoping they did when they were younger, But the point of the matter is, I've been saying for the past month, Q-Spill, that I've been saying for months that somebody snatched the dope out of that house. And it could have been a policeman. They were over there all the time. They knew the drugs were in there. And maybe they were like, hey, why are we protecting this? This is against the law. We the police. How are we, here letting them make all this money? Let's take the bag. Who gonna do something about it? And then when they couldn't decide who did it on the street, the kids had to take the fall. I believe that's what happened. I believe that's what happened. We know it was a trap house. These are things that we know. We know it was a trap house because we saw the lookout in the window when the officer came up and went to the back door. We know it's a trap house because everybody was using the back door instead of the front. We know it's a trap house because it was full of people when all the people that lived there weren't at home. We know it's a trap house the way Hunter was coming outside with Kaylee and always coming to the door. We know it was a trap house. RGK, you're right. They had to know. They had to know who. That's my point. RGK, let me give you a brain. You've been listening to me. Oh my God, how did that happen? Let me give you a brain. I'm telling y'all. For them to go, all right, for me to go to the trouble of saying I found something at a crime scene just so I can pin it on somebody. For me to go through all that trouble, I have to know who it is that did it. Because that has to be my reason for cloaking or covering it up in the first place. They had to know who actually did it. And then they went into cover-up mode. They went into cloak mode. They had to know. In order for you to, okay, let's put it this way. Suppose I come to your house while your spouse is not home. And I spill a soft drink on the floor, on your carpet, on your brand new carpet. You and your husband or boyfriend or whoever got brand new carpet, and I come in there. Listen to me, hear me out. And then somebody gonna get on the stage. Robin Latham, you still being nominated to come on stage and say howdy. You gotta get on stage and say howdy. Now listen closely. If I come to your house and you and your spouse just bought some brand new carpet, and I come to your house and I spill some strawberry soda on your carpet, and then when your spouse come home, you don't want to tell them your best friend did it. You might say you don't know who did it out of all the people in the house. Or you might put it on somebody that hardly ever come over there. Say you think somebody did it. But in order for you to lie for me in the first place, you had to know I did it. You're not going, if you came in there and you really don't know who did it, you're not going to go into cover-up mode. You're going to be trying to figure out who did it along with your husband or your wife, right? You're not going to go into cover-up mode. The only way you go into cover-up mode is if you know who did it. And you either don't want to see them in trouble or they threatening you. Your life might be in some kind of danger if you say something about it. That's the only way. That's the only way. So for them to be looking for a sheep that early, they knew it. They knew from the get-go who did it. I have to agree, Audrey. I have to agree. In order for them to have hidden the sheep, planted a sheath there. The first week, from there, it just was a matter of time of finding somebody. They could have put anybody DNA on the snap. Once they said they had a sheath, it was just a countdown until they have somebody to go along with it. Okay, they could have put Chief Fry DNA on there. He just would have been a suspect. He just would have been locked up. If it would have came back Chief Fry DNA, if they would have brushed up against him or rub it against his pants leg, he would be in jail right now. Whoever DNA they put on there would be in the same spot as Brian Kohlberger. It's no big deal. It would have been the same outcome. Yeah, it is staggering, Q's Bill. Yes, they knew from start who did it. They said in early press conference before BK became a suspect that public was not in danger. Only way they could say that is if they knew who did it. Fallon, I'm going to give you a brain. Shout out to Fallon. Y'all racking up tonight. Woo! Y'all racking up tonight. I have to agree. The only way your mind is going to tell you to go try to cover up something that you don't want people to know who did it is if you know who did it. Now, the $50,000 question is, who are they covering up for? And I'm saying we need to go back to the drawing board on these officers, because the only people that had enough information to decide they needed a cover up are law enforcement. I mean, are you? Does that make sense? The only people that had enough information about the crime to order a cover up is law enforcement. Nobody else could go in there and say, well, look at how the bodies were positioned, look at how, or maybe they know exactly whose DNA it is that they found. Maybe they know exactly who those 3 male DNA belong to. What you say about that? Huh? What you say about that? Any ruler. Yep, especially if Fry's son was there and paying, maybe. All right, shout out to Annie Ruler. That's another thing. We have to also think about law enforcement family members. And then we had the girl who they said was bullied. Remember they said the girl was bullied by Maddie or Kaylee. What was her name? And so we got Cody Funk and one of the other guys in that crew. They knew her, the brother. One of the police or one of Cody Funk's relatives is the brother of the girl that died. So we got police officers that got family members that could have done it, right? That's an excellent point. All right, I was wrong. The first person that law enforcement would the first person that law enforcement would try to cover for is their family members. Right. Shout out to Deb Tudoro. Right. We got the police, and we also have their family members, sons, nephews. Some of them had children that go to University of Idaho. It's not just a frat that's under the microscope. a lot of those policemen have children that go to the university. And so they would definitely cover up for them. They would cover up for their family members before they would the frat. Would you agree? Would you agree? Now, I guess we're not going to get past this question here. Let me take this poll down. I guess we're not going to get to that question because y'all ain't saying nothing about it. But what I'm saying is, how can we say the door was open at 8:30? If the door was open 8:30 in the morning, that's enough evidence for me that Dylan and Bethany were not in the house. Let's get back to that. Brett Payne's twin died after this. Shout out to Kari T. You think it was suicide? Let me see if I can find something on that right quick. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Wow. It's a lot of Brett Paynes. I don't think that's the one we're looking for. I don't see it in the news. I don't see it in the news. I'm trying to find it. But while we're at it, let's check out Opie. Let's go back to Opie. All right. Since we're on this topic, okay, here we go. This is the Daily Mail, and this was published on December the 20th, 2022. And it says, reveal lead investigator in Idaho murders is, hold on, a U.S. Army vet with just 2 years of police experience as desperate FBI agents and families grow even more impatient. This was on the 20th. And by then they had Brian Kohlberger bagged up. They had him bagged up. I'm being surrounded by ass. Okay, the lead investigator in, please leave me alone with these ugly clothes. All right, the lead investigator in the excruciatingly slow probe of 4 murdered Idaho students is a 32-year-old U.S. Army veteran who only joined law enforcement 2 years ago. That's very young. 32 years old is very young. He's only 4 years older than Brian Kohlberger. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? Opie is only 4 years older than Brian Kohlberger. It's been over 5 weeks since Kaylee Gonsalves, Maddie Morgan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin were brutally slaughtered inside the house. Ethan Chapin were brutally slaughtered inside the house the girls shared in Moscow. All right. The FBI this week added 30 extra agents to the case in an effort to bolster their efforts. So on December the 30th, they added 30 FBI agents to the case. November the 20th. Now the lawyer for Kaylee's family has told her parents the man in charge of the probe, Brett Payne, has been on the force for just 2 years. All right. The man in charge, he previously served in the Army. Payne, shown with his brother Kyle when they both served in Afghanistan, was part of the 82nd Airborne Division. Now, do we think that somebody's covering for somebody here or what? They offer Brent makes me think he was a loose cannon in their plan. Okay, that's interesting. They off Brent. Okay, you talking about Kopaka. All right. Let me move on down. Because I think looking at the survey, looking at the few surveys that have been put out in the past 2 weeks, I can honestly say that the majority of people are suspecting the frat and sorority people. That this is who they're who everybody is suspecting. But we have to start with law enforcement because they were first on the scene. They're the ones that made a decision about the sheath. They're the ones with military training to even have a knife like that or a sheath. And, you know, they got relatives. It could have been anybody in their circle. And we know for a fact that if it was anybody in their circle, there's nowhere in the world they would be running to prosecute them. Right? All right. Shout out to Leslie Vasquez. What's up, Leslie? Hey, Les. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right, hold on. I'm trying to give you a shout out. Might have to start over. All right. This is what I mean. It seems like we're on the same page. It seems like we're on the same page because I don't understand how the front door is open. There's no blood on the front door, no blood on the back door. The front door is hanging open. To me, that's enough proof that Bethany and Dylan were not in their house when this happened. I just don't believe it. I just don't believe it. All right. Who do you think BK was referred to when they quoted him as saying his dad, it's all their fault? Robin, I don't even know about that quote. But if he did say it, to me, that's just him admitting that he knows something about this. He knows something about the case. He knows something. For him to even say anything like that, he knows something. I agree with you, B River Girl. I agree. I wish I knew more about Kopaka's roommates also. That's something else we were talking about before. We were talking about the two roommates, the two young men, 20-year-olds, that were living with him. I mean, where were they when he had this psychotic break? If he was the only one in the apartment, then I'm just wondering why they figured he had to die. Any comment on that? Any comment on that one? There's no way that front door was hanging open by more than one account. It's not just the neighbor. When we were digging deep for this stuff back in January and February, several people reported that that door was open. Several people. The front door. Because I ended up making a video of how the killers had to leave out of the front door. And then the big question is, who shut it? Okay, so all that we know to be the truth, from the front page of the PCA to the back, probably the only thing that's true in there is the person's name and a couple of verbs and adjectives. And after that, it's all garbage. It's all garbage. It's got to be. There's no way somebody came and left out of there and did what? Touched the doorknob and left no blood. They took the glove off. And, where? Come on now. All right, it says, Hughes Bill. If anything starts to indicate that Brian isn't the guy, they'll silence that for sure. Makes them look like a bunch of fools. Well, Hughes Bill, I agree with half of it. The second half I disagree with. It doesn't make them look like a bunch of fools. It makes them look like criminals because you don't plant evidence. It makes them look like criminals. Falsifying, tampering with evidence is a charge. Falsifying records, saying something in these documents and let somebody notarize it when you know it's a lie, that's a crime. These are crimes they're committing. It's not just a matter of being incompetent. You couldn't solve a crime. It's bigger than that. All the stuff they've said in these documents, for it to be lies, that's criminal. You can and should be charged. If you just lying on document after document after document, you don't even try to clean it up. It just gets more and more bizarre, more ridiculous. Because we know that some of these guys, when they come back from, overseas, Afghanistan, are you kidding me? You know how hyper masculine you have to be over there in Afghanistan with an M16 or a Glock or whatever you got. And them Arabs don't play. They'll commit suicide to kill everybody in the building. So that's why I'm not going over there fighting anybody. Because it's just, I want to live. But I'm just saying, these guys macho. You can look on the picture. They look like they're ready to grab a gun and go in the woods and hunt and chase somebody at night with a scope on there. They look like they're ready for something like that. Opie was saying when he was, 18, 19 years old, that he was energized from hunting and killing animals. They look like they up for something like that right now in the picture. Look like they're ready to go do something like that right now. Like that, not that they want to. I'm just saying that let me say it this way. It looks like they're capable of doing it. Just by looking at the picture of these two, they look capable of a quadruple murder. With a knife, a gun, a toothpick, anything. They just look like they're built for that. And then we have to look at the fact that who thought of a knife sheath in the first place? Are they mocking us? Because all of them been in the military to leave a military knife and we'll never be able to say it was one of them. Are they mocking us? Because they look like they can get it done, these two. They look like they can get it done. All right, let's see. I truly thought BK was a guy many months ago. I don't have tunnel vision and ended up doing a complete 180. Yeah, a lot of people did, Q's Bill. A lot of people did. In the beginning, I wasn't sure. Three months in, I was on the fence. I was no longer, this is the guy. I was on the fence like, do they have the right guy? And some of this right here is just not right. And then by the time the grand jury came, I knew it wasn't him. You know? And then I say around July, I was sure it wasn't him. Not because he's such a great guy. Not because he had some cushy TA job. And that he had a past of drug use and all the other wild stuff he was doing over there in Pennsylvania. You know, he was doing some crazy wild stuff over there. But that does not make somebody a quadruple murderer. Right, everybody's sleeping. Give me a break. I mean, we were lied to from day one. That lets you know from day one they had a reason to lie. They knew who did it. All right, moving right along. Carrie, yes, poor E's body has been everywhere, from in bed, asleep, up against ex's door, inside her room, in the hallway, and the kitchen. Don't forget the kitchen. And theory, E was done in on Linda Lane, then taken to 1122 and staged. Okay, that's just enough. That's a little too much for me to say that, you know. That's just too much, because moving some people that been executed back and forth between properties, that's even more blood and evidence that we will have from cars and driveways and a speck of blood on the concrete. It was at night. You moving bloody bodies at night. It's gonna be some blood, and some blood you can't get off the concrete. Some you know, that apartment complex over there on Linda Lane, there'll be some specks of blood somewhere. You can't sometimes when blood spill on the ground like that, you can't get it up. It might be there for years. Rain, sleet, or snow, you still see some evidence of the blood. So, I mean, that's a little far-fetched. I'm not saying they had to be executed in the house. I'm saying 9 times out of 10 they were. Maddie and Kaylee may have started to assault them on Taylor Avenue. But Ethan and Xana, I believe they were right there at home, because that's where they found them. Who's going to transport bodies and the police right there in Banfield stopping everybody? Come on now. Come on now. Let's keep the conversation intelligent. I respect everybody's opinion. Don't get me wrong. That's why I'm here. I want to hear your opinion. But when you start talking about somebody dragging bodies across a field on one of the most crowded nights of the year, that football game, the police are in Banfield patrolling, and somebody's moving bodies. That's crazy. People get mad at me. They don't want to give me views. It's just the truth. If somebody tell me that bodies were dragged from a little small apartment complex back to 1122 King Road, you know, I would say it's ridiculous. We saw for ourselves how the police was all over Banfield. I mean, we saw, and they had hybrid cars. So how you even know it's the police? So you mean to tell me, well, the police patrolling like that, and then they got eyes on the whole 1122, that whole area over there on body cam. Who was moving bodies? I mean, that's just, I mean, Some people just trying to get y'all excited. I mean, you got to have a little sensationalism. Hard truth is no fun, I guess. You know, I have to give it to you straight. And I'm not even going to entertain the idea that any of those kids were killed somewhere else and brought to the house. I believe Maddie and Kaylee could have been attacked on Taylor Avenue right there a few yards away from the house. But as far as being in another location, another apartment or home, no. Because you got two people over here at the corner club. You got two people over there. What, you killed in two different places and brought them all back to 1122? This is just ridiculous. I'm sorry. I just, I don't feel that I am going to entertain that, because to me, that's just kind of ignorant to think that 4 kids, all 4 of the bodies right there in the house, plus 2 we supposed to believe. And there's no blood or whatever in the house. You got a crowd of kids in there looking around. We got some blood evidence that seeped out of the house, so we know something happened at 1122 King Road for that blood to be oozing out on the wall. If they were moved from somewhere else, there wouldn't be any too much blood. Wouldn't be a need for any blood to be oozing down the wall, because they would have, all that would have happened wherever they got executed, right? I mean, that's just somebody threw out there as clickbait, as far as I'm concerned. Somebody put that out there as click. There's a lot of clickbait out there right now. I just don't have time for it. I'm doing this for entertainment, so I shouldn't be like that. I should listen to what y'all telling me. But at the same time, let's be reasonable here. I want to know who did this. I don't want to be just playing around and never find the killer. I want to know who did it. I want some proof. I want some closure. I feel like that's my family. They did it too. We've been on this case so much. Those are our kids. And I don't like it. I want to know who did it. That's what I'm talking about. All right. Boy, y'all getting down in the chat. Open up, air out from cleaning. Yep, that's right. There, $1 million question. That's right. Let's see who we got here. Kari T. I think they were dumped back at the house out of body bags, and they were killed somewhere else, and killers cleaned up at a different spot. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work, Carrie. And like I said, the police were out in full force. We got a body cam of the police covering the area. Pretty much somewhere around 2-something. You used to watch Crime Circus, please, ladder. No, I don't believe any of that. I'm not saying it's written in stone. I could be wrong. But I'm just saying, I don't think it got that deep. I don't think anybody was on the roof or anywhere with a ladder. I think they went in to kill everybody in the house. And whoever they found in the house, that's what they did. And they came up out of there. I believe they filmed some of it. I believe they spent time in there wiping up, if nothing else, washing their hands and shoes. And that took time. It took time to have multiple stab wounds. The killers took time. I believe all of that. But when you start talking about bodies being moved from other houses and stuff, the police were out. You know what'll happen to you if you get stopped with a dead body, and it does happen. Matter of fact, it happened recently, where they stopped the guy and he had the body in the trunk. So it does happen. But we're talking about 4 people. And you mean to tell me they planned to move them somewhere else after they were murdered? No. You don't want to get caught murdering them. You certainly don't want to get caught with the body afterwards. And then, no, I can't see that. I'm sorry. Somebody not bloody, let them out. Now, I'm going to give you a brain tell at the L. Because you went deep that time. All right, hold on. Let me give you a brain, L. I got you. All right. Shout out to L, because think about it. Somebody that didn't have blood on them could have let them out like who? DM and Bethany. You get a double brain for that, L. It could have been somebody let them out that wasn't a part of the fighting. Right. Right. And common sense, when the killers left, whoever let them out left with them, right? They didn't stay there with the bodies. Could have been DM and or Bethany. Because there's not a peep of blood on the door in the front or the back. We do have that, at least we have that much in crime scene photos that we can see what's going on. Fallon, I hear that by leaving the front door open, it would make the heater run overtime in the closed rooms where victims were. This disguises true time of unaliving. Right. And a lot of people turn the air conditioner up on high and leave the door closed on the body to keep it preserved until they can, make it to another state or whatever. You don't know what time the person passed. So that's true. Audrey case. They took showers. There. I hope Ellie checked the drains. The person was so comfortable with the house, probably took showers there before. Certainly possible. Some had to give, because there's nothing on the front door and there's nothing on the back. I don't even see any blood in the kitchen. The table and all that junk that was on the table. Did anybody, some people claim it's blood in the kitchen, on the cabinets. Do y'all believe that photo was Photoshopped, or do you believe it was actual blood on the kitchen cabinet? I would like to hear your opinion of that. Let me see if I can find a picture. Hold on, I might be able to find it. This might be it. This might be it. This somebody on TikTok. Am I on the right screen? No. All right, hold on. I got it right here. Okay, this is a TikToker. This is the fastest I could find it. And it says Idaho 4 blood droplets on kitchen cabinet. This is by Dayology Coach.
So we've all seen this photo of inside the Idaho murder house during the crime scene investigation. Specifically, we all see what appears to be blood dripping down the cupboard door. Here's another photo of the exact same location. And I want you to notice that there's stuff on top of the counter. Now here's some video taken of the same location during the crime scene investigation. There's no blood. Now listen to this.
Cup of iced coffee. Everything looked pretty normal. You don't see blood. You don't see anything turned upside down.
That's an editor from the Daily Mail talking about the crime scene. Look at the top right. The Daily Mail saw that photo, and in the editor's own words, there was no blood. While anything's possible, it's highly unlikely that they would clean blood from a crime scene. So it's looking like that photo that was circulating with the blood dripping down the cabinets was probably doctored. So we've all seen this photo.
All right, what do you think about that? Do you think it was blood on the kitchen cabinets? Let's take a poll right quick. Do you think it was blood on the cabinets? Really? Because a lot of people said that to me. Now, some people sent that photo to me. They did. They sent it to me, and basically, I didn't know what to make of it. I guess anything's possible, but I just didn't know. I don't know. I don't know. What y'all think? What y'all think? Shout out to AD. I see you. I see you, AD. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right then, AD. Much love. Well, here's my philosophy on this kitchen cabinet thing. If there was no blood on the front door or the back door, no blood on the floor in the kitchen, why would it be blood on the cabinets? Is it still possible? Okay, think about it like that. Huh? All right. Leslie Vasquez. Yes, I suspect the frat. Who knows if any of the kids have relationships with Ellie? Right? Who knows if some of them have kids in the fraternity? Because I know for a fact some of those policemen and detectives and higher ups, they have kids at that school. They have kids at the school. All right. All right. We got a super sticker from Leslie Vasquez. Thank you so much, Leslie. Let's see. Victory. Now that's what I'm talking about. We got victory in Jesus. How about that? Yay, Les. You ready to come on stage, Les? Everybody else is chicken. Cuse Bill, you're chicken for not coming on stage. Robin Latham, chicken. I do a good chicken, don't I? Thank you, Les. Wow. Got us some change. Yeah. That's right. That's right. Thank you so much, Les. Now, what was the comment? Okay. Here's another comment by Les. Robin, I missed that. Did you see the picture of the bed with a little bit of blood? I thought it was fake because it wasn't a lot of blood. That's a good point, Les. What I was thinking was one of them bled out in the bed. One of them bled out in the bed, and the other one was up fighting. That's the impression I got from that blood spatter. And I did a video on it. Let me go back. That's an excellent point. Hold on. Let me go back. I'm gonna have to pull up the actual video. That's an excellent point. Let's go back to that. Let's go back to that. All right, I'm gonna play a little bit of this one. Give me 1 second. That's an excellent point. Let's go with this right here. See, take it back down memory lane. All right, check this out. I got it for you right here. Hold on. Let me change. All right, check this out. Y'all remember this now. Check this one out. Okay, because this is on the reel right here. Wait, let me see if I can make it a little bigger. There we go. All right, check this out. If I can push play. All right, remember this? I decided to do a reconstruction based on what we can know for a fact. Okay, let's assume that this is Xana and Ethan's bedroom. Okay, the bed may have been turned a different way, but let's just assume that this is their bedroom and this is the hallway leading to the living room. All right, we know for a fact that there was blood seeping out from the wall from Xana and Ethan's room, and this wall was the furthest away from the door. Okay, we know that for a fact. So that tells us that a lot of the assault took place well inside that room for there to be that much of a concentration of blood against the wall furthest away from the door. So somebody was assaulted right about here. All right. Now, the PCA states that when they entered the room, Xana was on the floor. It says Kernodle's, here after Kernodle's room, just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kernodle's, laying on the floor. There are a lot of rumors going around that Ethan died at the door. His body was blocking the door, and okay, this is why the roommate. This is the part that I want to show you. Now, if you think about the mattress that you were talking about, Les, if you think about the mattress, if Ethan was the only person in the bed, because they said that Xana fought until her fingernails were almost severed. So we know she was up fighting. She couldn't have been laying down in the bed if that's what was going on. And I think the PCA says that Xana was found on the floor. Matter of fact, I'll go back to the PCA. It says that Xana was on the floor when he approached the room. But only one person was in the bed in Xana and Ethan's room. Only one person. That's why it was only that amount of blood. And I did show the blood spatter also in this video. I'm just trying to remember where it is. All right, hold on. I'm going back to the PCA. Because a lot of these things, I already made a video of it. And people ask me questions to where I know they haven't seen the video. Because if they had, they wouldn't ask my opinion on it because I already gave it. Right? Now let's see. Here it is right here. Okay, this is page 1. I'm not interested in all of these new documents changing what they said from the first time and all that there. I'm not getting ready to chase those things because I'm still waiting on you to back up what you told me the first time. I want you to prove to me what you said the first time is true. We haven't done that yet. We haven't done that yet. Okay, here it is. It says, this is page 1. Officer Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. Officer Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. Officer Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned through Xana's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room was Xana Kernodle's, hereafter Kernodle's room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kernodle's, laying on the floor. Okay, so this is why I say Ethan was the one that was in the bed bleeding out. And Xana, if her fingers were almost severed, she was up fighting. And it's common sense that they would get to Ethan first anyway, because he was the biggest threat. So, of course, they're going to jump him first. And he probably was laying in the bed sleep. Xana probably was asleep too, but she woke up when they were on him. Or maybe everybody was up watching TV and scattered. I don't know. We don't know. But at the same time, you know, they're saying that when they came in the room, Xana was on the floor. So Xana had got up out the bed and was fighting. If she ever was in the bed, she got out of it and was fighting. And so if we could think of the blood splatter. Go back. Let me go back. Hold on a second. Okay, let's go back to the blood spatter. All right, remember this? You can tell by the blood splatter that somebody was bleeding out in the bed. Somebody was bleeding out in the bed. Okay, that's pretty much the only explanation for the way that it looked. I mean, all right, Robin Latham. I did not see the blood on Kaylee's bed. I saw the photo, but missed that, I guess, Leslie. Yep. Let me see. I got a picture of that too. You can compare it to this blood spatter that I got on the screen right here. And see what you think. All right, here it is, Robin. Okay, look at the blood spatter examples that I have on the screen. And now I'm getting ready to show you Xana's mattress. All right, I guess this is it. All right, there it is. Can you see it, Robin? This is the blood spatter on Xana's mattress because Maddie had a twin bed. Maddie had a twin bed, so it had to be okay, shout out to Blah. What's up, Blah? This is Xana's mattress. Let me see y'all some love. Man, y'all, we're doing great tonight. I think we got a lot of I think we made a lot of progress because we all thinking towards who could be the person for the cover up. Oh, we got Les coming on stage. What?
Hey, girl.
Ah, what's up, Les?
Oh
Hey,
well, I don't want you to get rid of StreamYard and say nobody wants to talk to you. So I wanted to come on and talk to you.
okay. No, I ain't gonna. I won't get rid of it because it's easier than the thing I had before. That OBS was a lot of work.
Okay, good.
So this is
What's your
really
question for me tonight?
okay. Now let me give you a hard question. Okay,
Okay.
I gotta give you a hard question, and
Okay.
then you guys in the chat, if you have a question, you can post it. All right. My question is, who? No, that's too easy. No, that's too easy. All right. If the knife sheath was planted during the first week after the crime was November 13, 14, give or take.
Yeah.
All right. So assuming that the knife sheath was planted within 3-4 days of that, what
Hmm.
what what conclusions, like factual conclusion, can we draw from that? At least one or two.
Factual. See, I originally thought it was Payne who wrote the PCA, right?
Uh-huh.
So I originally thought that it was him because, and again, you'll have to remind me because it's been almost a year, but didn't the other officer say they never saw it when asked later?
Right. It's
And
somebody,
yeah,
yeah, you're right.
that's the only thing that I can think of. Now, the Cowboys that came later would be, a good guess, but I think they came way too late. It was like 3 weeks after the murders when they came, I believe.
Do you
But
think they double back?
do I think what now?
Do
Yeah,
you think
double
they
back. Yeah, yeah. Because when
yep,
they went in, I mean, they were there to do business. They had a mission. They went straight up to that room, and then it looked like Maddie's room. And then, if I'm right, and then they left, and that was it. Adios. So
right. That's right.
definitely, I mean, I remember when that happened because I saw that happen. I think it was News Nation they had it on, and I
Right.
just remember at the time being kind of naive to the way things work, and I was thinking, oh well, that's just FBI. But the more I'm learning, who knows?
All right.
But
All right. That's right. You speaking right. And then uh another thing you just said that really uh hits home what I was saying. One of the officers that actually wrote in the PCA said he was told about the sheep. He never said he saw
yeah,
anything. Remember that?
exactly.
Anybody can remember which one was it? Blaker? It was Blaker or one of them? He said he was told about it. He ain't
Mm-hmm.
even claiming the sheep, and he's smart to do that. So when push
Right.
comes to shove, he can say, "Hey, I never said I saw no sheep. They told me about it." You know,
Exactly. Exactly. That whole, yeah. I don't, that whole PCA is, we know it's a lie. I think people started really questioning Brian's guilt once that PCA came out. They're like, how, what? How?
A lot
And
of them bought it at first, though. A lot of them bought it at first until they saw that the prosecution didn't have their act together, and that a lot of it was lies. They believed it. They believed it till Bloom came out with that DNA and the three unknown DNA. That's when everybody started changing their mind.
well, I did hear something at some point, and I can't remember where it came from, but they were talking about the PCA saying that the sheath was visible from the door, and they could tell it was like K-bar, or like it had an insignia on it.
Right,
But the way Ann Taylor put in the documents, that was that that the knife sheath was buttoned down or insignia down, so there was no way they could
right,
have seen that without picking
right.
it up and handling it.
Excellent point.
So
Excellent point. Wow.
yeah, it's all a lie.
I mean, it's getting to the place where somebody gonna get in trouble if they don't put it in gear and start trying to clean this up.
They
Somebody
need to be in trouble.
somebody
Yeah.
gonna be in trouble. You know?
Yeah, I mean, who knows how often they do this to people, because, we know about the Brian Drake case where they set him up, and it's the same people.
Right?
And
It,
I hope
no, go ahead.
no, I was going to say, I mean, I hope they get stopped. I mean, I don't know about this judge. I think he's taken way too long to make a ruling on the prosecutors handing over their work. I mean, it's just
Yeah,
it's frustrating.
yeah, it is. It certainly is. And I agree. What do you think about the pictures going around with the blood on the kitchen cabinet?
Well, at first, I was thinking, how would we have those? But then somebody in chat reminded me that they were taken through the windows, and I definitely think it could be, because I mean, when this first happened, we were told that it was a very, very, very messy, sloppy scene.
Yeah.
So, I mean, who knows where people were really attacked? I believe it
Right,
was in the house. It was in the
right,
house, but and I keep thinking about Xana getting that DoorDash. I mean, it never said she ordered it. So did somebody set her up to answer the door and then attack her that way? I don't know.
right.
But yeah, I do think the blood is real.
Yeah. I think it's certainly a possibility, and I think it could have leaked from upstairs, you know?
That
Um,
that is very true too.
it could have
Yep.
leaked from it was leaking from Xana's room, and then we don't know. Oh, I'm just saying, a lot of it was cleaned up, you know, but maybe they couldn't get to everything.
I mean, yeah. I mean, one of the theories I heard at the very, very, very beginning before the PCA came out was somebody had said that Ethan had been, like, his calves, the back of his calves had been like stabbed and like um I don't, sliced all the way down to like his ankle so that he
That's
couldn't run.
that's ridiculous. That's
I
that's
know.
horrifying.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to know, but yeah, I agree. It didn't.
It probably
Hmm.
was, Les. I mean, if
It's
Zell,
terrible. I mean,
her fingers almost cut off her fingers.
yeah, yeah. I mean, there was more than one person. I'm thinking at least four, and
Yeah,
ain't
they
no,
wreak
ain't no
havoc.
way. Yeah, ain't no way Brian would have gone head to head against Ethan. You know, ain't no
Right.
way.
None of them. He wouldn't have won against Kaylee either. Kaylee probably could have balled Brian Colbert up. Thick as
That's
she
true.
is.
Yep, she probably could
Yeah,
and couldn't.
Kaylee, she probably stood toe to toe. That's why she got the worst of it. Kaylee looked
I
like she was
know.
trapped, you know?
Yep. And we talked last week about, her story being the most out there, but I think all four of them were targeted. I don't
Yeah.
think there was anything random about it or accidental about it. That's just what I think.
I don't think it was random either. And I believe they meant to come and kill everybody that was in the house. Whoever happened to
So
be there was gonna die.
so that's why you say that Dylan and Bethany weren't there.
No, I don't believe they were there. I don't believe they
Well,
were there one bit.
why do you think they want us to believe that Bethany was there, considering we haven't had any major statement from her?
They need witnesses. Jurors like witnesses. A
Mm.
jury want to hear that somebody saw something. Okay, they got a lot of circumstantial evidence, but it's nothing like a good old witness. And they're the only two witnesses there could be without locking some more people up. Because
You know what?
some people wanted Dylan and Bethany locked up. So, they out on good faith. So those are only two witnesses they can have.
Well, you know what else juries like? They like to go to the crime scene and
Right.
see what it was like in the house and
I
what
know
they could
I would.
hear. Yeah.
I definitely would.
Mm-hmm. It's going to say a lot if they're able to enter the crime scene and hear how noisy it is walking around that house, and that there's no way two people would have slept through all that.
Right. And we saw the
So,
condition of some of the rooms in that house, so I know
yeah.
they can hear it. We can look and we can look at the hardwood floors, not even carpet. You can hear everything. And
Yeah,
it
that's
is,
how it is in my house. I have hardwood floors, and you can hear people walking
yeah,
across the whole
hardwood.
house.
I could see if it was carpeted, but
Yeah.
hardwood floors and
No
guys,
way.
no way, no way. And the guy that used to live in the house, he gave an interview and he said, "Man, you can hear everything in there."
Yep.
And then the dog walking around. She's talking. Then they talking about Kaylee playing with a dog. You know that was a bad lie because
That was a stupid lie.
that was a stupid lie because now you're telling us that she was up and frolicking around just a minute or two before this guy you got locked up came and did what he had to do. And then there's two of them up there with the dog, and the dog just happened to just come out like a rose in the room. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
And
killers
well,
ain't got time to be having compassion against no animal.
no. That's why at first I thought, well, the dog wasn't hurt. It must have been Jack D. That was my first, like, but maybe they wanted us to think that. So,
Well, they put the dog, somebody put that dog in the room. And as
yeah,
far as we know, they could have been over there as company, the killers. They didn't have to come in there bum rushing and taking over.
no,
They could have been sitting in there watching TV with them and then everything just jumped off. It could have been somebody they knew. And she said, well, I don't like dogs. So she locked the dog up, you know. Maybe
true.
somebody went, came over or was already there waiting on them, hanging out. People, everybody and mama be at the house. They could have already been there chilling, and then
That's,
everything jumped off.
if you believe any of the audio that has come out from across the street or whatever,
Yeah,
you can, it sounds, if you can believe it and if it's credible, I don't know, but I've listened to it and it sounds like, yeah, they were hanging out in the house. They were just having regular conversation. You could hear the girls laughing a lot. And then you basically hear all hell break loose. So,
yeah,
yeah, I think you're right. I think it was somebody who was there
yeah.
like for business purposes and it turned into something crazy.
I think the business was to kill them from day one. I think when they came over, they had orders to take everybody out because that dope was missing out of the house. That's just the gut feeling I
Mm-hmm.
have. That
Yeah.
they had some in a duffel bag in there somewhere, and you're not supposed to touch, the dope man's property. And so,
Mm-hmm.
as far as I'm concerned, the police could have snatched it. And who would have known? Who would and just blame it on the kids? Blame it on some people in the street. And then you know how the street is. If they don't know who did it, everybody gonna die.
That's right.
Oh, we can't settle on one person that hang from a tree, kill them all. I mean, that has happened so many times.
Yep. Yep.
Uh, I just feel like that maybe money usually is the bottom of it. If it's not sex, it's money, or maybe both.
It's definitely money, and I think fear of being end up in prison. The business people, they had to take people down from talking too. I mean,
Right.
I
You can't leave witnesses.
yeah, I don't want to go on a whole different subject, but I still think it has a lot to do with Xana's mom and Maddie's mom and all that nonsense. The way that all worked out was just
Yep.
odd,
It could
and I
have been,
think yeah,
not to be
could be.
disrespectful, but Miss Kernodle, she
Whoop.
rode hard, and she claimed she told Ashley Banfield that she'd never been to the house, to visit her daughter since she had been in college. And so that might have been her way of saying, hey, I've never been nowhere near Moscow. And
Mm-hmm.
maybe she was near, maybe she did. Because, the dad came and changed the locks.
Yes, yes. I think Xana's mom knows or has a good idea. There's no way she doesn't, coming from that kind of, yeah, that kind of world. I mean, I was in that world real briefly about 8 years ago. It scared the mess out of me. I'm glad I'm done with all that. But yeah, people are
Right,
scary. They
right.
don't play. They just don't. There's no excuses you can give them. They don't care.
No, you can't give no. It's no excuse. And they didn't even have to know those girls personally.
No.
All they know is the dope and the money is gone. Because usually it's not just dope; it's money to give change. You have to have cash with it to give people
Mhm.
change. When you taking the
Mhm.
money, you putting it back in the duffel bag with the dope. So it probably was a mix of money and dope that just disappeared. And over a period of time, nobody fessed up. Nobody could come up with. They would say one day this one did it, next day they're saying that one did it, like it's supposed to just fade away. But that's not how what it is. So they just got everybody, and that's how, another reason I know Bethany and Dylan were not in that house, because if they were, they'll be in the ground too.
Yeah. That's true. That's
That
true.
I just can't see it, and the door wide open. You got people in here deceased. The odor alone from blood from 4 different people and scattered, around the floor and everything. And
Mhm.
the door open, it's cold out there, you know, all this going on. And you want us, and then you telling us they were up at 4 o'clock seeing things. And then once it happened, they just miraculously went to sleep until
Mhm.
12 o'clock. You the one telling us. I would feel better if you just say they slept through the whole thing. But now y'all being greedy. You want them to be asleep. Now you want them to be witnesses, and then they went to sleep. Man, get out of here. Ain't nobody
Yeah.
doing
No,
it.
nothing about that makes any sense whatsoever. I don't care who you are. Well, I
No,
was so scared, and then I just decided to lock my door, and I was in shock, and I went to sleep for 8 hours.
yeah,
Okay, no, no,
no.
not unless you had a bunch of Xanax in your hand. Ain't no way.
Maybe they did. Maybe they was getting high on the stuff,
Could
you
have
know.
been.
And then when it's time to pay, they told the dope man somebody stole it, and he was like, "Oh yeah, you think that's how it is." Maybe,
Mm-hmm.
maybe they was hitting on it. And then when it was time to count up, they didn't have it all. You see,
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I'm
they,
sure. I don't know. I don't know
didn't have
where it
it
started.
all.
Sorry.
They didn't have it all, and then they gave some story, some limp story.
Mm,
Like it's like they've been watching too many, TV shows where dope dealing is going on. They think that's how it is for real.
Breaking Bad. Right.
Oh boy. Well, come on, let's get back to this chat. Anybody
All right. Hey, I'm gonna get off here. I hope more people call in. Good
no.
talking to you.
Okay, thank you, Les, for not
All
being
right.
a chicken.
Okay. All right. Bye.
Okay, do we have anybody else that's not a chicken? Bark, bark, bark. Cuse Bill, you got over your stage fright yet? Come on, Robin. Couple of teeth on my dentures and they're being fixed until next Tuesday. Robin, you need to slow down. I've never seen something like this. Okay, so where were we in the discussion? Do we have anybody else coming on stage here? We still got time and we still got topics. Oh, what's going on? What's going on? All right, let's see. This was Xana's mattress. We saw the comparison and splatter. We talked about that. Okay, so let's move on. All right, and let's go. Let's just go straight to Bethany and Dylan. That's where I want to go. Hold on, I'm trying to change my screen. I want to go to Bethany and Dylan. Because these two I kind of feel sorry for them, you know? I kind of feel sorry for them. But at the same time, they know stuff. And I'm trying to say, if it was me, if it was me, would I really want to be out in public talking about it or going to court? No, I would not. So it's no use in, giving them a hard time, because I know I would not want to have any part of the case if it was me. Whether I knew something about it or not, I wouldn't want to have anything to do with the investigation, period. Unless I, could be of some help in some weird way. And so, hold on. News call AU. All right. What's up, Australia? I see y'all. I see you. Now let me see. I hope students. That's it. Now, according to this, it says, I don't know what that is. It says the attacks took place 640 kilometers apart. Were both carried out as the victims slept in their beds. Now, how long is 640 kilometers? They said the attacks happened 640 kilometers apart. Is that measuring from upstairs to the second floor or what? I'm going to drop the link. I'm going to drop it again. I'm going to drop the link for somebody. What's going on? Okay, they said the attacks happened 640 kilometers apart inside the house. And so y'all gonna do something. Who getting ready to jump up here? I dropped the link. Hold on a second. All right, I got you right here. Okay, there you go. There's the link. I'm gonna see who's gonna step up to the plate and answer these intriguing questions. Who is our next contestant? Who is our next contestant? Did this officer Smith move over to WSU? They had many vacancies. Officer Smith, according to PCA, found BK Carr, Payne trusts Smith to testify or would not have mentioned it, in my opinion. All right, Annie. Yeah. I don't know where those stamps came from, the time stamps. All right, what's up? Who's next? We still got a whole chicken coop. I still got a whole chicken coop. For real? For real, y'all gonna act like this? Nobody, Deb to the right. I know you gonna step up, Deb. I know you got this, Deb. Right? Come on now. So 640 kilometers apart. I guess they're saying that's the distance from Maddie's room to Ethan's room. Right? And then there's somebody said there was a bed downstairs in the front across from Bethany. And then somebody was sleeping in that bed. Anybody heard about that? Hello, y'all, wake up. What's going on? What's going on? 300 miles. That can't be right. Shout out the block. That can't be right. That can't. They say 640 kilometers apart. That's how it happened. Your face won't be on if you don't want the camera, Robin. You don't have to show. You can just use an avatar, whatever. Yeah, turn it around. Come on, Robin. All right, 1 mile is 6.2 kilometers. So about 100 miles. That don't even make sense then. 640 kilometers apart. That's not true then. This article, they don't know what they're talking about. How could there be that? The text, which took place 640 kilometers apart, were both carried out as the victims slept. Oh, I see what they're saying. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Now, a lot of people are not listening when I say there was nobody in that room, that she was not there. You know, something is, I don't believe either one of them were home. I just don't. I mean, it's almost like a cartoon, or like they're telling us this fairy tale story they made up. Oh, shucks. Fallon, that room across from Bethany was used for storage. Yeah, that's what I thought. Come on, Robin.
Hi, I'm
Hey.
here.
All
Hi.
right.
I'm not showing myself.
Oh, Lord.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. What are we talking about? It took me so long to get up here.
All right. Okay, we got you now. I thought I had the cam off. Hold on, let me turn it off if I can. No, I don't know how. So
That's okay.
You got it good. You got it good.
So on this note of all four being targeted, because I really thought it was only Maddie at first, and that Kaylee was collateral. But then it dawned on me, why did they come down the stairs instead of just going off the balcony? I thought over by the apartments over there that it wasn't that far to jump down.
It's not.
From the balcony. So why would you come downstairs when you could go off the balcony?
Right, and risk running into some more people in the house.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if you had a target and it was just Maddie, and then Kaylee came into the room or whatever, then why would you risk going downstairs if you could escape off of a balcony all the way down to the street, run up the street where your car was or whatever?
Right, and that's where you got the most privacy, Maddie's balcony.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never heard anybody ask that, and I don't understand. I wouldn't come downstairs if I had completed my mission, and then, if I could probably hear by then somebody was rousted by my behavior, so why wouldn't I just split out
Right.
there? It doesn't make sense to me.
That's right.
I don't know.
So
That's all. I mean, that's what I was thinking about that part, and I don't believe this sheet thing. I don't know if I believe it was planted, but it makes sense because it has nothing on it but one single source of touch DNA. But I don't understand how it could be in that room, period, without having blood on it. I don't care where it was found.
right,
There's no way. It just doesn't. There's no way. It's impossible.
right, right.
Unless somebody placed it there very purposefully afterwards.
That's
Then
right.
maybe. But that'd be hard to do either without getting blood on it. I just don't. I don't understand so much of it. I don't know.
That's why I said I don't believe they ever had the sheath in the house. They just popped up and said they had a sheath. They found a sheath. They decided that's which way
I
they
mean,
were.
how does it align with what Buttface said, which is the whole house was a complete disaster in blood everywhere, everywhere but the sheath? I mean, come on.
Right,
That's
right,
insane. I don't believe it.
right.
I don't know. But
Yeah.
ask me a question, R-Truth. You never asked me anything.
Okay. I want you to explain to me how the killer or killers got out of the house without leaving blood on either door, front or back.
They rinsed off.
You think they rinsed off inside the house?
I think they rinsed off from like their forearms down and carried that stuff outside with them in a bag and washed their hands. I don't believe they probably washed anything else, but I believe they probably washed their hands. I wouldn't be surprised if there was blood in the middle floor bathroom that they
Right.
found. They haven't said anything, but
I wouldn't be surprised if they took a shower.
yeah, well, they did say they took samples from the drain. And way back in the beginning of the case, when we saw that blood on the outside of the house,
Right.
a contractor explained to me in chat. I don't even know what channel I was on. It was like in December. He explained to me in chat how sometimes the plumbing will come apart. And if that plumbing where there's a three-way fixture or whatever with it underneath the joist in the house, if it would always be near the siding of the house, and if it somehow had a leak in it, that the blood would come out brighter red than normal and stay longer than as if it had never touched water. And I was like, what? He said,
Right.
So if somebody took a shower there, it could make sense if they had a plumbing leak that blood came out of the siding and but was mixed with water, so it was brighter, not so dark, and it didn't go bad as fast, I guess, or whatever.
Right.
I thought that was really interesting because that's a total possibility that they took a shower.
Yep. I believe they
I
showered.
mean, if you got a shower, then you know what's going on with that house. You're connected to those people. If you took a shower, or even just knowing where to go so easily and everything, you knew you're connected to the people in the house. No doubt about it.
Yeah, they probably dropped off the dope and picked up the money every week.
Even if you're only connected by that, or like a friend of EB's and one of her thugs, I don't know. But I mean, you may not have known both of them or three of them that came in, but you knew somebody was familiar to you maybe they came with the pretense that they were dropping off stuff. Who knows? I don't know. You know, and then it just that really wasn't what they were there for, and then it went down. I don't know, but they knew. I think somebody knew and let them in, or the door was unlocked and they were in that bottom bedroom maybe that they used to party in, and I think probably sell out of that bottom bedroom that was empty. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because that would be like a good base of operations or whatever, because nobody was going in there that night. But I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, but you're right. Think about it. They had all the time in the world to clean up, take a shower, have lunch, go to the store and come back. They had time to do all of that. While they saying it was Brian Kohlberger, you know, this could be the same people in the house, you know.
You know, in the beginning, I always thought it would happened earlier, and I still kind of do, but I had thought maybe that because daylight saving was the week before this crime, that maybe that Ring camera hadn't been set correctly on the time yet, or they forgot. I don't know how Ring cameras work, but I thought maybe it was an hour behind when it recorded those noises. Right. So it was really like 3 o'clock, but it does seem to me it happened earlier than 4 o'clock.
Absolutely. I believe everybody was already deceased at 4 o'clock. We've been saying that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think whoever was in there for a minute. Yeah. I don't think they like did it and split, you know.
Right.
Just like that. Because it wouldn't have been that clean of a hit that way, in a way.
And plus they had to film it and stuff first. They didn't just start cleaning up. They had to film the work. They had to have evidence that the job was done. They were filming so they could sell a little bit of it on the web. They didn't just jump in the shower.
Yeah. Well, when they said that there was a latent print in front of Dylan's door, now, where were the prints before that? Coming down the stairs or coming across the living room? They just didn't say that? Or what's the point of mentioning a latent footprint if you've got footprints all over the house? What different? I mean, what's the point? Wouldn't you have more than one?
Yeah.
I mean, they have hardwood floors. You wouldn't have it everywhere?
Right. They had to start somewhere. Latent, right?
Yeah, I don't know. The last thing I want to say is I'm really disappointed in Ann asking him to waive his speedy trial. I really think that the prosecution doesn't have as much as they say they do, and I think she could have got a big jump on them and really busted them out. But now, I don't know, it makes me mad that she did that. Yeah, it really made me mad when not cool, because now you kind of shown your cards anyway of what you're going after the prosecution for. So now they have time to tighten all that up. It's like, and you already told them what you're pissed off about. So what was the point of that? I mean, I don't know. If you would have gone for them right when if it would have started October 2nd, you would have got a jump on them.
Yeah.
So then that makes you wonder about her.
They ain't got no evidence. And you just give them time they don't have any evidence. And so you just giving them time to come up with more foolishness, like trying to cut a deal with Amazon.
That's what I'm saying. Now it's October, 5th? If trial would have been going for 3 days, and here you are looking for clicks. Yeah, I mean, what? Yeah. That's ridiculous. I mean, you could kind of tell that's probably where they were going, although I didn't know anybody looked at clicks. I mean, what the heck does that prove, you know? If somebody looked at my clicks, I'd probably be in jail. I mean, I clicked on everything since I've been, and Googled everything since I've been like involved in true crime now.
Right.
I mean, seriously, you know.
And even
clicks?
Right.
Just on Timu alone, I take things out of my basket and put them back in like 19 times.
I know what
I
you
mention
mean.
it multiple times a day.
Right, right. Yeah, you want to, even if they had information, what you gonna do with it is useless.
Well, right. Like he clicked on that. So,
So
like,
what?
I don't want to hear about that. We're talking about murder. I don't want to hear about what he clicked on.
Right.
That's ridiculous.
And then they really think they got everybody's soul on this K-bar knife when we know they have no evidence that that is what killed those kids. It's not.
Well, to me, her biggest mistake was when she brought up the other unknown DNA,
Yeah.
and you know, Bill practically had a hissy fit and started like spazzing out because he didn't. I didn't know they're going to bring that up today. Like, shut up and sit down. But just because that's how he reacted, that right there to me would have been the ticket to the jury saying not guilty. There's no way. If you got 300 unknown male DNA sources close to the body, two of them, and then all that other evidence that she could have raised reasonable doubt with, if I were a jury, I'd just be going, what?
Right.
What do you mean you didn't accept the other two? What are you talking about? It would have been a free way to not guilty. And I don't know why she didn't. I don't know.
Because
Makes
she
me
getting
wonder
$200 an hour.
what she's up to.
She getting $200
Yeah.
an hour plus a stipend somewhere. Probably got a stack of gift cards.
Well, I mean,
with it.
I wanted to really believe that she was on BK's side in the beginning, but I'm not so sure now. I know from personal experience, unfortunately, that they all sleep together. They all sleep together. It's all one big happy family, and I don't know why I wanted to think this was any different, but I'm starting to think, you know, it isn't.
Well, they told me I didn't understand how the system works. When I told them, I made that video shocked and appalled. When I found out they waived the speedy trial, I made that video because I was like, why would you waive the speedy trial? He's been there too long as it is. She should have raised hell and try to get him so, you know, like he's supposed to be on bond, you know.
Well, and then she would say, well, I don't want to, you know, put it too far down the line. Well, you haven't set a date yet. Here it is, October.
I told him that, man, he can sit there for a long time. And as long as money changes hands, he's going to sit there until they finally got to find something to do with him.
Well, right. And then he sat up and all eagerly said, absolutely. And I'm like, what are they putting in your food? I mean, it's like, I thought he wouldn't go along with that. I don't know.
Well, he doesn't really have a choice. Okay?
Yeah.
Because
she's saying she couldn't defend him properly, but from everything I've seen so far, she could have done a close enough job. I guess you can't do close in a death penalty trial, but it would have been pretty good with all the stuff she has already.
She could have done it. She could have done it. Me
I
and you
know
could have done it. Me and you could have done it.
Exactly. Right. Could have created enough doubt to have him just go, shut up. Okay, enough already. Yeah.
Yeah.
For
me
sure.
and you, we could have got him off. With
exactly. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking, just get us all in chat. We'll get him off for sure.
Man, who can you trust? Who can you trust, Robbie? Who can you trust? Because she should have that boy sitting in jail like that. You know.
No.
You know.
Yeah.
5 minutes of fame. Because you know.
And then it was like a last minute thing too. Just like I go, well, you're no better than the prosecution with their last minute grand jury indictment. What are you doing? Like,
nothing.
And what's up with that?
Nothing. She ain't doing nothing. And neither is
it hasn't been ruled on. Right. Like now they have all the time in the world to rule on stuff and then get together and go, okay, how do we fix this? Because we know she's going to bring that up. And how do we fix this? And it's just BS, man. I was really disappointed when that happened.
I was too. I was pissed. Yeah. I was.
Me too. I thought that was egregious. Really, I was pretty mad that whole day.
it's a crock of you know what. Because if you know that he didn't do it, she's an experienced attorney. She's been
Right.
around enough crooks in her life and murderers and whatever to know,
She has a PhD in law, for God's sake,
just from her gut and how he look on if he'll look in her eyes and stuff, she can tell whether he did it. And so
Exactly.
by now, when she waived that speedy trial, like now she messing around. She's messing around because if this guy didn't do it, then God gonna be with him. Y'all go on the trial. God with y'all because he didn't do it.
Go on with it because you got enough to prove that. I mean, you got so many things that you could raise reasonable doubt with. The worst thing that could have happened was it'd been a hung jury. Come on now. Then they would have had to put together a whole new case and they wouldn't have been able to. Because they wouldn't have been able to come up with a bunch of more stuff because there isn't any.
No.
Yeah. That wasn't a good move, I didn't think.
Well, everybody got to get a piece of that pie.
They didn't call us, did they?
all of them got to get a piece of that pie.
Yeah. The thing is that's puzzling to me is I just don't see a person like Brian Koberger being okay with life in prison as opposed to getting shot. That to me, it seems like he would lose his mind in there if he wasn't free to do what he just doesn't seem like the kind of person that could tolerate it. I could see him going in and committing suicide. I just don't see him doing all that time. I don't know.
Well, he don't look like he on brink of suicide to me. He look like he's in the money and the women.
No, I mean if he was found guilty because of the speedy trial thing, I don't see him I don't know. I just don't see him taking that chance of having to do life in prison. I would have thought they would go down with the ship and just go for it. But
I thought so too. I know I would have. Let's deal with this right now.
Right.
Well, I know you told a stack of lies. Let's do it right now.
Yeah. Just Bill Thompson jumping out of his seat going, oh, I don't know what we're going to do with that today. Well, there's a preview of how he's going to act in court. That was perfect.
Yeah.
That would have been perfect,
Yeah.
Things like that would have been perfect for the jury because they would have gone, what the heck?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Give us some more of that, Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what.
If they try to cut a plea deal, Steve Gonzalez is going to lose his mind. He's going to lose his mind.
If Brian Koberger,
they try to cut a plea,
we're gonna have to bring him back to the table as a suspect.
Yeah, Gonzalez is. He's gonna. I mean, he might be going on trial if they do that.
If he ever accept a plea deal, we got to bring him back to the table as a suspect because there's no way he can say
no.
He already suspect for sitting in jail all this time because most people be raising hell. They were falsely accused on this level right here. I mean, are you crazy? Are you nuts? Get me out of here, or I'll be stoned out of my mind coming to court. I wasn't joking.
No kidding.
So I'm just saying, if he ever come out of his mouth and say he's taking a plea deal,
I was in a situation once about.
Huh?
Go ahead.
I'll call Mr. G myself and apologize.
Yeah. Right?
I'll be a woman about it. If Brian Koberger,
right? Exactly.
If he breaks out and say he's gonna take a plea deal to save his life, then I will call the G's 30 times a day until somebody pick up so I can say I'm sorry.
I was gonna say that about 30 years ago, I was involved in something where I went to jail and I was looking at, I'd never been in trouble in my life and I'm 65, but I was like 30 then or 35. But I still have never been in trouble in my life. But I was, and I had all these public defenders that I kept getting rid of because they were so stupid. And so, like, they kept wanting me to go, okay, well, I'm going to offer you 3 years in state prison. I'm like, are you crazy? Not for what I did. No, I said, I have never even got a ticket yet, so no. And so I just kept firing them because they were all making me so mad. And then when it came to sentencing, that very day, I had the worst public defender of all. And he was like, I said, I want to talk to the judge on my own behalf. Okay, forget it. Just sit down. And he's like, I wouldn't do that. And I didn't want to because the judge was heavily making a statement about me. He was making a case out of me just for everybody else's sake. And he didn't like me, and I didn't like him, and he was mean, and he was just hardcore, right? And I said, I don't care. I'm taking my chances because you're not doing me any good. And, I stood up and I was very firm and I looked him in the eye and he looked down, he put his glasses down and looked at me over his glasses. When I started talking, I was like, oh God. And I had glasses on and I took my glasses down and looked over my glasses and kept talking to him. And I'm like, we're equal in here just because you're a judge. And I told my story, and you know what? I was looking at 3 years.
Yeah.
And he gave me 6 months, and I only served 4.
Lord.
And if I would have gone with my lawyer, the public defender, I would have been toast.
Yeah.
And it was a big risk, but it was worth the risk. That's why I just think that the risk was worth it when they had their chance. They should have never waived their speedy trial rights.
Yeah, you never waived that. You ain't done nothing. You're supposed to be in there, and what you taking your time for, and you doing time.
Right. I mean, everybody knows that the way you win a battle is one of the elements is of surprise. And so that's one of the biggest ways that you overtake a mountain or whatever it is you're doing in war. It's like, and I'm sure that judge was pretty surprised by my little snarky butt talking that day. But he respected that I stood up and spoke for myself. And I really think that's why he cut me some slack, because I showed no fear. And that, I was just, I don't know. The element of surprise and obviously Ann Taylor had the element of surprise because Bill hopped out of his seat like a 2-year-old. I didn't know we were going to talk about that today. Like, oh my God. What? Sit down. You're pathetic. Sit down. You're in timeout. Just be quiet. Oh my God. I can't handle that. And the judge is just like, he needs to be a little more firm. Like, I've been looking at other cases now that are going on, like the Melly trial and the Richard, whatever his name is, trial. And they're looking at prosecutorial misconduct, and those judges aren't afraid to say what's going on. So I'm looking at Judge like, what are you doing there, pal? What's up? Is this just one big, happy alumni family, or I don't know.
Right.
You've got to be a little more hard on the prosecution, because supposedly the whole reason they waived speedy trial is because they don't have all the discovery yet. So right there, that's a problem for me.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what she used as the reasoning. So then the judge should be saying something about it.
That's right.
Anyway, I've talked enough, Truth. I don't want to hear my own voice anymore.
Well, I'm so happy that you came on up here to talk to me. That is just great. You let
Me
us know
too. I love you.
Huh?
I love you. And when I get my dentures back, I'll come on screen. I broke them, and there's no way I'm coming on screen with no teeth. Are you kidding me? So but I love to see you one day, and I love everything you do, and thanks for all you do for us. We really appreciate it.
Well, y'all, thank you for y'all. You have no idea what all you do for me, because I'm telling you, I've been having a great time. And I appreciate you, Robin. You're the greatest. You're the greatest. Much love, much love, much love.
And I love all our subs and members too. You guys are awesome. And you always keep it so chill, and it doesn't have to and people don't get nasty. Because, I'll put somebody in timeout. But it never happens, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, you don't have to do too much. You don't have to do too much. Everybody's nice and chill, like you
Yeah,
said.
it's awesome.
That's
Okay, well, I'll talk to you soon.
thank you, man. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. I, oh, upside down. Ah.
All right. Thank you so much, Leslie and Robin. All right. So I don't have a whole chicken coop. I just got a few chickies. All right. All right. Well, we'll ease into it. Everybody get up and say what you got to say. Tell the world off. Hey, listen, let me tell you something. Get it off your chest. Now, this is great. I just feel like right now, I want to take some questions. Anything y'all want to talk about right quick. We'll just spend some time on that for a while, and then that'll be it. It's 11:52. We're going to ride to 12:20. All right? Who's got the next question? I will be coming to Idaho. If they ever get the trial started, I'm trying to save a few pennies, you know, be able to roll over there and, at least get some pictures and stuff. We can have us a video with the pictures live over there and everything. Well, we'll see. It's not exactly a necessity, but you never know. All right, so we got it good. We got it good. I think we are finally past this sheath problem because as much as we gave our opinion to stuff up until now, even though we've been giving our opinion of stuff, we've had doubts in the back of our mind too about the case. We haven't really been 100% sold on either side. A lot of people just jumped and said, this is unacceptable. This is not good. So no, I can say with confidence now, I don't believe there ever was a sheath in that bedroom. They went and got one and maybe rub something on it and send it to the lab when they absolutely had to. Leslie Vasquez, are you in law school? No, I'm in school for learning sciences, actually. Yes, I'm in graduate school online. All right. It's absolutely not the law school. I wouldn't even dream of going. I mean, I would have loved to practice law, but just the thought of going through that, process and then having to pass the bar. I know I can read and write now. If it's something I got to write, I got you. But learning codes and statutes and all that, that's something different. Judge needs to sanction whomever is holding onto the evidence. Time is money. You're right. Let me find that. You're right, Annie, because guess what? Push come to shove, that judge gonna do whatever he has to do to keep his job. He's not trying to make anybody mad. He's not trying to break the rules. Whatever playbook they give him, that's what he's gonna operate out of. Whatever playbook they give judge, that's exactly what playbook he's gonna play out of. I'm just saying, realistically, what we can expect is some more bureaucracy. That's what we can expect. And it's no use in saying different. It's what we're gonna have to expect. No, you did a great job. You are not a geek. I know you're talking to Leslie, but I don't know what you're saying that for. You know you're a geek, Robin. We all geeks. All of us. Now let's see, blah. Where did that picture come from that had the car that didn't look like Brian's? Hold on. That didn't look like Brian's car the next day. Lord have mercy. I don't know. Blah. I can't tell you. I couldn't even tell you. I couldn't even tell you. So I've come to a few conclusions. Hopefully you have too. I know some of y'all secretly at the bottom of your heart, you got a gut feeling towards this or that in the case. And that's good. The more perspectives, the better. But just like in geometry, you know, you got to be able to prove it. You got to start out at A and go through certain motions and then end up back where you started in geometry. And if you can't do that, you know, you don't have a proof. You don't have proof. You can't say you solved it. You can't go through all those steps and all of it is true. You have to have proof. Because people and businesses are starting to lie more and more to us. People starting to lie more and more, and these businesses are lying to the public more and more. As we can see here, I agree with Robin. I don't think there was any reason for Anne to waive the speedy trial. There's no reason. There's no reason whatsoever. There's no reason whatsoever. What you gonna have in 6 months, a year, 2 years that you don't have right now? Besides another stack of papers of lies and stuff and processes and hoops to jump through. You know, if he didn't do it, get up there and roll the dice, pull the trigger. Or just, you know, get out of the kitchen, get out of the game. I don't know. This is one case that makes everybody just second guess just our common sense every day. But we're working it out. We're working it out, and certain things that I wasn't sure about 3 or 4 months ago, I'm positive now. I might not have been sure before, but I'm positive now on some things. All right, what y'all got going? Y'all still rolling in the chat? What y'all want to do? Who's got a question? What do we need to do or say? HT, I'm going to send you a video just about the DNA, and it blew my mind. All right, show me that. Make sure you show me that, Les. I would like to see it. Annie Ruler exonerated since they had to get Dad's trash because sheath did not match the illegal pool. I think if they had gone to speedy trial, all these things working against the prosecution, Brian would have been home, on his way home. But it's just something's not right. Something's not right on both sides. I mean, the prosecution is clearly lying, but at the same time, We're not getting what we need from over here at the defense table. What did he need extra time for? How come he doesn't know where he was? Besides driving around, why can't he be more specific? Right? Why can't he be more specific? So it's just a lousy situation all the way around. I just really hope that they get a solution. Cause y'all chat rate. Yep. Where's that comment? Too much in common. That's true. Yep, they got too much in common. He was right about that. But who can trust what he's got to say now? Because he keeps blowing that same smoke out of his stack about the PCA narrative. I mean, he just blows it out of his stack. Like the water comes up out of the blowhole on the whale. You ever looked out on the ocean when the whale comes up and all that water spouts out of his head? That's just how this is. As soon as you start talking to Mr. G, it just start coming out of the top of his head. The PCA narrative. I just don't understand. I don't understand our society. I just don't understand. I just don't understand. You know, making a circus show out of, I mean, some of these families are really doing the most for having lost, children, and they out here doing the most. So I guess they gangsters too. They gangsters for real. These folks, they know something about the streets. And evidently Brian Kohlberger does too. Or he wouldn't be a grad student sitting over there under murder charges. That's ghetto. That's real ghetto. I just hope that it won't be too long because the truth always comes out. You don't have to wonder. You have to say, I wonder if I wonder if we ever gonna know the truth. Yeah, it's gonna come out sooner or later. It always does. It has to. You can't keep the sun from shining. It's dark sometime, but you can't stop the sun from shining. It's still gonna have a bright, sunny day sometime. You know, the truth always comes out. Y'all listening? I just feel like, oh, look at my guardian angel. Look at my guardian angel. Thank you, AL. Wow, he made it in. Now look at there. He came to save the day. And I was truly getting ready to shut it down. Look at there. Flew in, just flew in here from somewhere. Thank you so much. How you doing? You miss Robin and Les on the stage? You got to come in and hear what we got to say, AL. Right? Oh? Yes, yes, yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate you all. I appreciate you all. And Al, thank you so much for being my guardian angel. You've been a big part of what's been keeping me going. I tell you, the waves get rough sometimes on this YouTube, but you've made it a lot easier. You made these first months a lot easier than what they probably would have been. And I thank you for that. It's done. I've solved the case. It's done. I've solved the case. I know what happened. Okay, well, tell us what happened then. Tell us what happened. Tell us. Come on and tell us now. I love you too. I love all of you. I love you, Robin. Thank you for coming up on the show. If you missed two great commentaries, you have to watch it on replay. Yeah, you're gonna have to watch it on replay now. That's cool. That's cool. I thank you. Now, what was our discussion? It was Dim and Bethany. We need some finality on whether you believe they were in the house or you don't. Well, won't you tell us? I'm at peace worse than you can imagine. Kill gang, 20 people. What in the world? Spill it. Spill it, Aya. Well, if you way ahead, tell us. Tell us. If you're so far ahead, tell us. Robin said, kill gang. Come on now. What? What kill gang? I'm going to drop it too. I'm going to drop it. See what's up. I'm going to drop it to see what's up. All right. Jet D, Jet S, creepy TikTok guy, and the girls. What you mean, creepy TikTok guy and the girls? And girls. What is I don't get it. I don't get it, Al. We're still waiting for explanation. Tell us what you know. Because we want to know. We got to know. Grub truck guy in a tank top. Street yard. Oh, that's me. Well, What's up with the grub truck guy? Yeah, I did too. And it's supposed to be cold outside, right? It's all on video and audio, the Linda Lane audio and video. Let's see, he's an idiot. Lord have mercy. All right, so we're gonna do the Linda Lane audio and video Wednesday. Okay, when I have the live, the members on the live on Wednesday, we'll do Linda Lane audio and video, and that'll be a topic. Y'all remind me, but no, I should be all right with that. Just make sure you remind me. But let's see, it's Friday. Yeah, like Sunday or Monday. Remind me, because I have something else to do before then. They got them in Reflections doing all of it on Linda Lane footage. In Reflections doing all of it on the Linda Lane footage. Listen for 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. on high def sound. Well, F, why you didn't forward me the file so I can have it? Let us have the link. I don't even have the audio. Let me pull this page up. Now that's better. What killing squad? What are y'all talking about? Kill gang, killing squad? Google does not want to hear those words. Someone leaked Linda Lane for a reason. So y'all just started up a whole nother crime scene across the field. Y'all just started up another crime scene. I see. Y'all just started up another crime scene on Linda Lane. And the girls and Ethan were found on King Road. And so y'all believe somebody dragged them across the street? It happened in the car. And then what? How did the bodies get from the car to the house? All right. AF Loach, Barrett, JS, Leslie Vasquez. That's where I get confused. I don't believe that you've been listening to Tom and Jude. The fight started at 2:22 a.m. Andy Ruler source. All right, where is the evidence? Where is the audio? AF, where is the evidence? We need evidence. They killed her in the parking lot, slaughtered them, put them in body bags, staged the crime scene. I think that's you saying that's why you saying there was a lack of blood or whatever because it didn't happen in that house. Why is there what about the blood outside of Xana's bedroom? If nobody was actually killed in her room, we shouldn't be seeing that, right? Power washers cleaned up the mess. Why would they stage the scene? They just happen to have body bags and a pressing washer. Lord have mercy. Well, that's a lot of work. And then you taking a chance on getting caught for quadruple murder in two separate places. Okay, you got to get away with it at the place that you commit the crime. And now you're taking another risk to transport it somewhere else. While the police are in the field, you got to cross. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. I guess we'll figure that out. Right? We're going to figure it out, right? I remember seeing one video from Linda Lane with the white car backing in. And this seems straight, you know. It was a white car. I don't know whose car it was, but it was white. All right. There's my guardian angel, AF, for 20 super chat sticker. Linda Lay, audio and video. Listen to the girls scream, the reflections, people running back and forth. Watch the grub truck playing kill game. All right, AF. I'm checking it out. I'm checking it all out. Might as well say this morning because where I am is it's a little past midnight. Okay, I'm checking it out. I hear you. I'm going to check out. Let me make a screenshot of this. I'm going to see if you know what you're talking about, Aya. But I'm going to do a deep dive. And I want to see if you know what you're talking about. I'm going to see. All right? I want to see if you know what you're talking about, Aya. Okay? We got $20 super sticker. My guardian angel. Linda Lane, audio and video. Listen to the girls scream. The reflections. It sounds spooky, don't it? So what you think they're going to do with Brian Kohlberger? What y'all think they're going to do with Brian Kohlberger? Because I'm telling you right now, that would blow my mind if Brian Kohlberger stand up and say he's taking a plea deal. If Brian Kohlberger even pretends like he's going to accept a plea deal, I'm going to backtrack on all of this. I'm going to backtrack on every bit of it. I'm telling you that right now. You sitting in jail. You see they don't have no real evidence against you. And then you're going to just, AF is back at it. I think BK is innocent. Another super sticker for 10. You got the row filled up. Got the live chat filled up. I think he's innocent too, AF. I believe Brian is about as much a killer as I am. I know I'm not a killer. I think he's innocent too. But I don't want him acting like he's not innocent. I think he's innocent. And thank you very much, by the way. I don't even know if I said thank you. I think he's innocent too. I really do. I want to be sure. Just like I would want to be sure if I thought he was guilty. I would want to be sure. And if you haven't killed anybody, there's no reason in the world for you to take a plea deal. If you pleaded not guilty, or that's the plea that you walking in, that's where you want to be walking in, well then go the distance. Go the distance because the case is whack. Even if he did do it, he'll walk on this one. There's no need for a speedy trial. None whatsoever. And there's no reason for, if he start acting like that, they're going to convict him. If rumor get out that he trying to cut a deal or he even thinking about cutting a deal, he might as well they're going to bury his butt under the jail. They better, because even if he didn't do it, that's just making people feel like you are. You have to get in there and act confident and say, hey, I didn't do it. At the end of the day, when y'all finish rustling all those papers or whatever, you might as well let me out and call my mama because I'm leaving here. That would be my attitude. I don't know who died. I'm sorry if somebody died, but I didn't kill nobody. I don't want to be here. Understand me, And so that's the way I would be. And I'm ready to go. And once I see I can make some book deals and stuff like that, I'll probably settle down too, like Brian did. I'll probably settle down too. If I start getting these letters from people saying they support me from all over the place, All right, well, the people protecting the kill gang is not that powerful. They're going down. Okay, Ev, now, I agree that, every dog has its day. But when you have powerful people in the street, some people say organized crime and the church is the same organization. What I'm saying is sometimes you can have, dealing with people with so much power, you have to say, is it worth what I'm going to have to go through to bring them in to justice? Do we have the resources to bring them in to justice? It's one thing to pay for this court case with BK. It's another thing, the resources you're going to need to pull in a big fish that orders a hit like on 4 or 5 different people. That's all I'm saying. But every dog has his day. So you're right, Elle. Sooner or later, whoever did that, and then it's not just the fact that they did it, it's how they did it. It's how they did it. So nasty to sit up there and mutilate and just do that to those kids. Every dog has his day. You might think you're not gonna have it, but it's coming. Whoever did it, it's coming. You know, and it's not gonna tarry. It's gonna be here right here when it's supposed to be here. Same way them kids had to die. Ain't no telling how your end gonna be. You know, unless you do some heavy pleading in the spirit realm. No telling what your end gonna be. Because every dog has his day. All right. What about Adam? His name came up recently. All right. Any ruler? Adam. What about Adam? Um, well, we don't know. I mean, he looked like he could be a mischievous university boy, just like the rest of them. If I had to bet if I had to pick between Adam and Hunter being involved in this, I would pick Hunter quick. You know, as far as we know, somebody could have outed somebody. That's another way something like this would happen. Let's say somebody in the house was a homosexual or somebody in the frat and somebody outed that person. That person could come back and want to kill everybody, you know? It could be where they outed somebody. That's what I told Adam everything could have meant. Maybe she outed somebody. I don't know. That's another possibility. I guess when a person, is dealing with their sexual identity, according to the street, it's up to them when they want to tell everybody that they're switching over to another gender or another identity or whatever. But when somebody else come out and tell everybody before that person does and out them, sometimes that brings violence. All right. I'm done sticking up for let me see who said that. I'm done sticking up for Brian if he takes a deal. Now, Blah, you talking with your common sense. Shout out to Blah, because you talking with your common sense. That's right. That's what I say, Blah. Now, we on the same block. Now, that's interesting, Aya. You think Adam hid. All right. Let me put that up. Now, that's possible. That's possible that Adam and Hunter hid. Now I can see that. They probably got enough sense and slick enough to post off somewhere else in the house and get out alive. But I definitely don't see Dylan and Bethany doing that, because the first thing that a lady is gonna do when she sees something, anything remotely out of order at night, is scream or yell or jump. But she gonna make some noise. I know I am. Just seeing a mouse will do it for me. Yeah. So, you know, People are different. People are different. I just know that he better not start warming up to the prosecution. I know that much. He better not start warming up, cozying up to the prosecution. If he does that, I feel sorry for Ann Taylor. I think Brian has sense enough to go for the fame. I think he realizes he's not going back to WSU unless he's exonerated and they make a living martyr out of him. All right. Let's see what you got. The frat boys hooted and high five. One guy yelled, Belarus research. Watch all these frat guys holding a stuffed cheetah. They're a cult, they're evil and serial killers. Ooh, cults, evil, and serial killers. Boy, that's hell right there in Moscow, ain't it? Let me look up Belarus. All right. Belarus. A diminutive of Isabella or Arabella. Beautiful. All right. Beautiful research. Well, I know the statistic for rape is not good for these frats, you know. I know that much. Yeah. Now let's see what we got. Yep, okay. Let's see. Natural Animal. I think I might know that song. Natural Animals. Okay. Natural Animals Research. Shout out to Seattle, New York, Chicago. All right. What's up, Hard Truth Channel members? How is life treating you? How's everybody doing tonight? What? How are you beautiful people doing tonight? All right. Well, we got that. And Bernice, when you creeped up in here. Shout out to Bernice. They do rituals and hazing and weird stuff. I told y'all snuff film. I told you snuff film. I told you with that nice big house. Well, you are late, Bernice. I supposed to sign off a little while ago, but people keep jumping in here fresh, and so I don't know what to do. You late, Bernice. Y'all falling in here at 12. Maybe I need to start at 9:30 and push it to 1. We've been doing it 8:45 for so long. All right, Bernice, I see you. Let me give you a shout out. All right, I'm going to take this poll down. Give Bernice a shout out. And I'm getting ready to go find me a place to lay down. Robin said, I'm out. I'm out. All right. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. I'm right behind you, Robin. Because Elf will keep us up all night, I believe. Thank you so much, Robin. You're the greatest. You're the greatest. So, we got about 17 people in here. I'm going to leave the chat open for another 5 minutes. So if anybody would like to finish the conversation or whatever you're talking about, that's what we'll do. But you have 5 minutes to do it. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. Thank you for all of the donors, support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You know, I put the thank you list out on Saturdays. And thank you for everybody that came. I'm just amazed because we made it over the 3,000 hump. And I'm good. I'm good. It's not about how many people, it's what kind of people. And I think we have a great group here. I love it. Okay. I don't have anybody that's got me, upset when I'm not on the set. Don't want to be bothered. I can't say that about not one person, and that's good for me. So I'm just grateful, and so glad to see everybody. Appreciate you all. Any new members here that would like to have the newsletter, you can please email me and I will use whatever email you email me with to send you the newsletter. Okay? And so thank you to everybody that did the one subscriber run where everybody gets one person to subscribe, one new person. We're still doing that now for 30 days. And so thank you to everybody that helped get us where we tried to go with the 3,000. Hey, y'all rock. I'm telling you. Y'all really rock. Y'all really rock. Okay, let's see. I followed this case since day one, and my mind is solved. They must arrest a gang of hyenas, the kill gang. Scary as hell frats. Well, this is how I feel. I do feel that it was a kill gang, but I don't know if it was necessarily frats or just a street gang. It could have been anybody's drugs or whatever. I do believe it was a kill gang, but I'm not sure if it was frats that was the kill gang. But I do believe it was a kill gang. That's been my theory since just before I made Maddie's coat. So I'm just saying that's been my theory for a minute now. And so I don't know. We're spending our time now trying to figure out who they trying to cover for. Why is law enforcement covering for the kill gang? Yes, they will get caught. They always get caught. If they find out the threats are the kill gang, they need to shut them down if it's like that. I mean, has it gotten that bad? Has it gotten that bad with 4 people? Really? Your own colleagues? I mean, has it gotten that bad that we're actually suspecting the people they went to school with? Has it gotten that bad? You know, are we that decrepit as a society now that 4 kids were they lost their lives, and we're suspecting their colleagues there at the campus? Has it gotten that bad? Used to be, you would think it was a serial killer on the loose, maybe broke out of prison. Maybe they actually let him out of prison on parole. You know, the first thing they do is go ahead somewhere to some town, take some lives and get some relief. Soon as they open the gates. So, I mean, I'm just saying. That's what we used to think. Now we're thinking with the number one suspects are their own colleagues there at the school. That's mind-blowing. That serial killer, drifter, mass murderer from another state, another country, none of that is number one suspect. Number one suspect is other kids. Imagine that. Imagine that. Just imagine that. I don't know. Either frats or drug related. Yeah, it could be both. It could be both, Bernice. It could be both. It could be both. Well, I'm going to have to let you good people go. It's time for my beauty nap. I have to get my sleep, I need to shower and relax and unwind and go to sleep. So I'm going to let you night owls go. And I hope you have a wonderful weekend. I try to get the videos out in a timely manner. But if it's nothing to talk about or I'm working on something and I don't want to rush it, sometimes it's a little more time in between them than others. But I'm always put something out there for you, some news. All right. But thank you so much, everybody, for coming. God bless you. AF, thank you so much. God bless you for holding it down. Boy, I tell you, God bless you. You guys are the greatest. I'm going to have to say good night. I know I said you got 5 minutes, 5 or 10 minutes ago, but this time you got 5 minutes for real. All right, I'm going to come back and turn it off at 12:50. It's 12:45 over here.